Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagodia. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with my sound, please do let me know. Please let me know that I'm audible to you so that we can start with the discussion. Done. Thank you. Now, before we start, yesterday I told you I'll tell you exactly how the GDP calculation data is provided by the government. Now, can you see a table in front of you? Correct? Can you see a table right in the slide? Now, please observe the table. If you ask me, sir, should I buy heart anything? Should I buy heart anything in this table? My answer is no. Please do not buy heart. Don't waste your time. But please make observations. Observations. That is basically one. Did we discuss the concept of basic prices? Did we discuss GDP at market prices? Right. Please observe the numbers which are provided. Right. And if you remember the formula which I asked you to buy heart, right? Did I not say we basically move from basic prices, we will add product taxes minus product subsidies, will get the market prices. Now see, point number one, GV at basic prices. Just observe, do not by heart. GV at basic prices, net taxes on products. Net taxes means this component, the product taxes minus product subsidies. Once you adjust for these components to basic prices, what you will get? Market prices. Look at point number 3, gross domestic product. Gross domestic product. Then we also discuss the concept of net domestic product, right? How numbers are provided. Please have a look at it. Then I said GDP is generally calculated in case of India as in two methods, right? In the form of two methods. One method is expenditure method, and the second one is production method. Array, that production method picture they have not put. Don't worry. Right, one is expenditure method and the other one is production method. Right, here is a production method and here is a expenditure method. Now please observe. Please observe. Right, in case of production method, they have calculated value addition, they have adjusted with taxes, and they have got a GDP numbers. Now please observe expenditure method. Just make an observation. Observe the expenditure method. You have private final consumption expenditure. Do you remember C plus I plus G? Let me know. Do you remember C plus I plus G formula? C is a consumption expenditure by all of us. Private final consumption expenditure. I said it is expenditure done by the firms. And one or two people, right? One of the two students, they basically asked me, sir, you have written I is expenditure done by firms, but you have also written I basically represents fixed capital formation, right? Fixed capital formation. This was the term I've used, right? A fixed capital formation. Please have a look at this. Look at the component 7, gross fixed capital formation. That is I for you. What about G? Government expenditure. Can you see component 6? Government final consumption expenditure. And while discussing this, one or two students asked me, sir, what about companies' expenditure on intermediary goods? What about companies' expenditure on let's say unsold goods? Where do you count it actually? I said there is one more component called as changes in stocks. There is one more component called as changes in stocks. We count all of that in the form of changes in stocks. Then there is exports. Then there is imports. But now please understand this. Please understand the next point. Let me know whether I've told you this statement yesterday. I said between the production method and expenditure method, government believes production method is much more credible. And I've said whenever there is any difference between the production and expenditure method, they will adjust expenditure method to meet whatever the number they have arrived at in the production method. Did I say this? Between two methods, production method is much more credible. And whenever there is a difference between a production and expenditure method, I said they will adjust expenditure method to arrive at the same number that you have got in the production method. Now, please look at what is the GDP number under the production method. Please look at what is the GDP number under the production method. Now, what is the GDP number under the expenditure method? Both are one and the same. Both are one and the same. Any problem here? Now, how do we get both one and the same? Of course, because we are collecting expenditure, there will be certain mismatch. For example, I said black money, right? What about black money? Black money is not accounted for, but in expenditure we will use black money. What about cash payment, which are not reported, but they will be used in the consumption expenditure? There will be discrepancies, and that is the reason. Have a look at the component number 12. Have a look at component number 12. What is the name of the component number 12 under expenditure method? Component number 12 says a discrepancy. Discrepancy. That is, there is certain difference between both expenditure and product method. I will adjust the expenditure method so that I will get the same as the production method. This is a basic idea of how GDP numbers are provided. Should you buy out anything in this table, please do not waste your time. Right? Please do not waste your time. Right? It will be basically the same number. But still it is not same. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Right? Can you see both these numbers are one and the same? One or two students are saying both the numbers are not same. What are you looking at? Which numbers are you looking at? I don't know. I'm asking you to look at these numbers. What numbers you're looking at, I absolutely don't have any idea. Okay. So have a look at both the numbers. Both the numbers will be same. Now, please do not waste your time. Do not start reading by hearting all the numbers in the table. It is absolutely useless. This data was published by the government at the end of May. At the end of May, that is for the month of, right, basically for the last financial year, right, it was published for at the end of the May. For example, right now we are in which quarter? Please do let me know. Right now we are in which quarter? We are in the second quarter. Done. Right now we are in which quarter? Second quarter. So at the end of August, at the end of August, you will be given the data for first quarter, that is April, May, June. April, May, June. For the end of this quarter, the data will be published at the end of the August. Now here itself, please tell me, right, I'm talking about one of the biggest limitations regarding GDP data. Again, please don't worry about numbers in the table. Why don't you people listen to what I say? Do not worry. Sir, what is RE? What is PA? Why do you want to know? UPSC is not going to ask you all of that. Right? If you want to know, provisional estimates or revised estimates. And you tell me, will UPSC ask you all of this? Don't waste your time. Right? I keep on saying, don't worry about anything in the table, but nahi. Right? Poochte hi rehna hai. Don't waste your time. Look at the point I'm trying to discuss here. April to June, that is first quarter. That is first quarter. What was the GDP value in the first quarter? You will come to know on 30th August, last day for the month of August. What was the GDP number for the first quarter? You will come to know 30th August, which is 2 months after. June is over, July, August. You will come to know on 30th August. Please tell me, right, are we not taking more time to calculate and give the data? Let me know. Are we not taking more time to calculate and give the data? What if now you come to know GDP number in the first quarter was lesser? Let me know. What if now you come to know GDP number in the first quarter was lesser, right? But you will come to know that in the month of August, which means, right, there is a lot of time gap between collection of the data and the publication of the data. That is called as time lag. Time lag means time difference. There is a lot of time taken to collect and give the data, that is publish the result for that quarter. The problem with having a time lag here is, what if you come to know GDP number was lesser in the first quarter, but you come to know about that in the mid of the second quarter? Whatever reforms you are taking, whatever measures you are trying to take, right, don't you think you have already delayed, right? There is a delay in the implementation of the reforms. That is, right, the first reason or first limitation or issue regarding the GDP. Second one is a non-availability of data. For example, I said income method. Do you think government of India will be able to collect the data, right, through income method? Please do let me know. Do you think government of India will be able to collect the data through income method? We have discussed all of this yesterday also, right? They want to calculate GDP, but they want to collect the data. They will come to you. Will you report right source of income, correct income? Again, non-availability of data becomes very difficult, or that creates complications in the calculations. Existence of non-monetized consumption. What do you mean by non-monetized consumption? Monetization means get certain market value, get market value for something, get the market value for something, that is called as monetization, deriving value for something. Now I'll give a very simple example. The MOSPA says, Ministry of Statistics says, in certain regions, parts of India, we have observed that agriculture workers, when they work in the field, they are not paid money, they are paid food grains. I'll repeat the statement here. Right? MOSPA says in certain parts of India, in agriculture sector, when workers work, they are not paid money, they are paid food grains. Now, please tell me, right, will you be able to collect what is the salary of agriculture labor here in calculation of GDP? Let me know. Right? Can we find out what is the value of this? Right? Of course, no. So, in such cases, how do you use the data in calculation of GDP? Right? So, existence of non-monetized consumption. Labor is provided. We are not able to get the market value for the labor services. Non-monetized consumption. Next one is parallel economy. Tell me, right? Black money, parallel economy. Right? Can we calculate parallel economy or black money presence in the economy in the calculation of GDP? No, that is also a limitation. The GDP calculation doesn't consider what is impact of this production on environment. Whether this GDP is reducing income inequality, whether it is actually increasing income inequality, whether it is increasing wealth inequality, all of that information you will not be able to come to know in calculation of GDP. So these are some of the limitations or issues related to the concept of the gross domestic product. Okay. Now let me go to the next concept. We were in this slide. Okay. Now what we were discussing, concept of business or economic cycle. We were discussing the idea of business or economic cycle. I said, whenever you talk about any economy, the economy does not keep on expanding always. That is, GDP does not keep on increasing always because of various internal and external factors. The GDP will increase, fall, increase, etc. And that is the reason I said, generally, whenever you talk about GDP in the economy, we might experience a very high growth rate in the GDP numbers. We might experience a very slow growth rate in the GDP numbers. We might experience a negative growth rate in the GDP numbers. That is recession. Right? We have discussed all these terminologies yesterday. Right? A boom, expansion, then there is a slowdown, then there is a recession, then there is a recovery. Right? So these are the various phases of growth in the economy. Now, the last point that we discussed yesterday, I hope you remember that. The last point that we discussed yesterday was, whenever there is a recession in the economy, what we generally observe, the growth rate is very low. Employment generation is also very low. Demand and supply is also very low. And I told you, during recession, private sector will not invest money because they are running behind profit. They will not invest money. It is rather the government which will invest money in the economy. Any problem with this? This we have discussed yesterday. Last point was this much only. It is the duty of the government to spend money, right, so that there is a production, there is a employment, there is a demand, there is a recovery in the economy. Now, please tell me, right, a simple question to you. In this example, I repeat, in this example, can I say policies of the government are reducing Any event or the intensity of the event that is taking place in the economy. I'll repeat the statement here. Is it okay if I say, in this example, policies of the government is helping in reducing the intensity of whatever is happening in the economy? Intensity means unemployment rate is increasing. Government will help to reduce it. Right? The production is decreasing. Government will help to improve it. The recession was happening. Government will help in reducing the recessionary rate. GDP growth rate was a negative. Government will help it to bring positive. Any problem in this? Any problem in the explanation? Please do let me know. This is example 1. Example 2. Whenever the growth rate is very high, whenever the growth rate is very high, right, government, they say government has two options. One, government can invest when the growth rate is very high, and government can reduce its investment when the growth rate is very high. What do you mean by that? When the growth rate is very high, please tell me what will be the private sector investment in the economy? Tell me now. When the growth rate is already very high, private sector, will they invest lesser or invest more in the economy? Private sector is already investing. What about employment? Employment is already increasing. What about production? Increasing. Right? What about supply? Increasing. What about demand? It is already higher. Why? Growth is already there in the economy. Now think of this. When the growth is already high in the economy, what if government will invest more in the economy? Government will also increase its expenditure in the economy. Now, don't you think if government also starts to increase its expenditure, it will further increase investment, further increase employment, further increase the demand? Now, what if because of this, the demand becomes greater than supply? Tell me now. What if because of this, the demand becomes more than supply? Can it happen? I'm not saying it will definitely happen. Can it happen? Is there a probability? Of course, yes. If the demand becomes more than supply, what will happen to prices? What will happen to prices in the market? Prices will start increasing. All of you remember this? Market equilibrium, demand becomes more than supply, supply becomes more than demand, etc. And whenever the prices will start increasing, we'll call this as inflation. We'll simply call this as inflation. So now any problem? Any problem with this? Please do let me know. We'll call this as inflation. In fact, the next chapter is inflation only, don't worry. So now the concern is, when the growth rate is very high already, should government of India also increase its expenditure? Answer is no. Government should reduce its expenditure. Government should reduce its expenditure. Now I'll give you two statements, so please do let me know. When government of India will increase its expenditure, example 2, when government of India will increase its expenditure, this will cause inflation. Point number 1. Point number 2, this will increase the intensity of events taking place in the economy. I'm talking about example 2 now. When government of India increases its expenditure, it will increase the intensity of the events that are already happening in the economy. Can I talk about example 3 now? If government of India, when the growth is already very high, if government of India will reduce its expenditure, it will reduce the intensity of events that are taking place in the economy. For example, if government of India will reduce its expenditure, the employment rate, which was increasing very fast, will start increasing at a slower pace. People were earning more and more money now because the employment was very high. Now the amount of money they are earning will not increase at a very higher pace. The demand for goods and services will not increase at a higher pace. Can I say we can use this policy to control inflation in the market? Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Any problem? So in case of first example, The government policies are reducing the intensity of the events. In third example, government policies are reducing the intensity of the events. Second example, government is increasing the intensity of the events. Can I give you fourth example? Fourth example, when there is a recession. When there is a recession, government will reduce expenditure. When there is a recession, government will reduce its expenditure. Now tell me, when there is a recession, if government will reduce its expenditure, what do you think will happen to unemployment rate? Can I say unemployment rate will start increasing? Does it make sense to you? What will happen to the demand? Demand, can I say, further will fall down? What if there is a recession already? Don't you think recession will become much larger? That is, negative GDP growth rate will become much bigger. So what is happening in the fourth example? Can I use a statement now? Because of these policies, whatever is the intensity of the events is increasing. The events are becoming much more severe. Any problem, please do let me know. Any problem here? Now, I'll basically take these types of four policies and classify them under two types. Classify them under two types. One is a pro-cyclical policy. Second one is counter-cyclical policy. And whatever policy we are talking here, they will use the term fiscal policy. They will use the term fiscal policy. What do you mean by fiscal policy here? Fiscal policy basically refers to the expenditures incurred by the government and the taxation imposed by the government. Simple argument, please remember the definition. What do you mean by fiscal policy? It refers to expenditure incurred by the government, anything related to expenditure, and anything related to taxation of the government. That is called as fiscal policy. Now, I'll give you a statement. Let me know what is meaning of it. Right? It's straightforward. What if I say government is following expansionary fiscal policy? Tell me now. What if I say government is following expansionary fiscal policy? What do you think it will mean? Think of it. Right? If I say government is following expansionary fiscal policy, can I say government, through government, money supply in the economy is increasing? Let me know. Right? Money supply is basically increasing in the economy. That is expansionary fiscal policy. Now, how can government take expansionary fiscal policy? Have a look at this example. How can government increase money in the economy? Can I say one, by increasing expenditure, and the second, by reducing tax rates? Let me know, does it make sense to you? How can government increase the expenditure? One, by increasing the how can government have expansionary fiscal policy? One, by increasing expenditure, government will start spending more money directly. Second, government will reduce the taxes. How reduction in the taxes will increase money supply? You please go back and remember concept of disposable income. Let me know. You please go back and remember the idea of a disposable income. Now is the logic okay? If government will reduce the income tax rate, will the money supply increase in the economy? Will people spend more money in the economy? Does it make sense to you? Any problem? Please do let me know right now. So government will follow expansionary fiscal policy by increasing the expenditure and reduction in the taxes. And what about contractionary fiscal policy? What about contractionary fiscal policy? Government will reduce its expenditure and increase the tax rate. Reduce the money. Simple. Reduce the money. Simply reduce the money, right? So that, right, whatever is the intensity, it will automatically come down. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Let me ask you a very simple question. If there is a very high inflation rate in the economy, the GDP rate is higher, inflation rate is also increasing. Please tell me, which of the two examples, that is the policies examples, would you want the government to follow? I will repeat the statement. If there is a high growth rate, high inflationary trend in the economy, which of the two examples of fiscal policies would you want to follow by the government? Would you want the government to increase the expenditure, or would you want to government to reduce its expenditure? Don't you think a government should follow a policy wherein expenditure should be reduced, money supply should be reduced? Does it make sense to you? Right, so that whatever is the intensity of the events will automatically come down. Inflation will not increase, inflation will come down. People have lot of money, government will take more taxes from them, etc. Now come to the point here, pro and counter. Pro and counter. I'll give you a statement. Have a look at this very carefully. In case of pro-cyclical policies, the government will take such measures which will reinforce the intensity, which will increase the intensity of the events. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by pro-cyclical policy? Right, whenever the government policies will increase the intensity of the events in the economy, such policies are called as pro-cyclical policies. For example, right, I'll tell you the numbers now for the examples. Please do let me know whether these are correct. Example number 2 and example number 4. Any problem? Example number 2 and example number 4. Again, look at the statement, look at the examples. What is a pro-cyclical policy? Pro-cyclical policy means any policies of the government which will increase the intensity of the events that are already taking place in the economy. Now, any problem with the pro-cyclical policy? What about counter-cyclical policy? Explain examples. My dear, already we have discussed examples, right? Right? Please join on time. What about counter-cyclical policy? I said counter-cyclical policy means whenever government policies will reduce the intensity of the events that are taking place in the economy. The policies of the government will reduce the intensity of the events that are taking place, right, in economy. Example, right, 1 and example 3. In example 1, recession was happening, unemployment was higher, and policies of the government, are they not creating employment? Are they not reducing the impact of the recession? Are they not increasing, right, the production which was earlier decreasing? In case of example 3, growth rate was already very high. There was a danger of inflation. Government will reduce expenditure so that, right, the demand in the market will come down. Inflation will also be controlled. Right, so pro-cyclical and counter-cyclical. Now, please do let me know. Please do let me know. Right, does this table make sense to you now? That is, whenever there is a talk of pro-cyclical policy, there is a recession. Imagine there is a recession. If government will follow a contractionary fiscal policy, then basically we'll call this as a pro-cyclical policy. Any problem? Right, let's imagine there is a recession in the economy. If the government will follow a contractionary fiscal policy, we'll call this as a pro-cyclical policy. And if the government will follow expansionary fiscal policy, we'll call this as a pro-cyclical policy during a high growth phase, during a boom phase, or during expansion phase. And whenever there is a recession, if government will follow expansionary fiscal policy, right, we'll call this as counter-cyclical. And when there is expansion, if government will follow contractionary fiscal policy, then we'll call this as counter-cyclical. Any problem? Any problem? Please do let me know. Any problem with any one of them? 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any problem? Listen to the class very carefully. Those who are saying, right, sir, this is difficult, etc., etc., listen to the class very carefully. You people are not listening carefully. My dear, When there is a recession, what is the GDP number? Is the GDP increasing or decreasing? Let me know. When there is a recession, is the GDP increasing or decreasing? And if I say, and those are saying, explain with the example, what did we do in the previous slide? You're not listening. If you're not listening, that becomes a problem every time. When the GDP is increasing, if government policies will further decrease the GDP, should I call this as pro or counter? Let me know. If GDP is already decreasing, government policies will further decrease the GDP. Should you call this as a pro or counter cyclical policy? All of you will agree? We'll call this as pro cyclical policy. Now, right, have a look at this. How? How the policies of the government will reduce GDP further. I'm saying in recession, the private sector investment is already lesser. During recession, what is the private sector investment? Private sector investment is already lesser. And if government will follow contractionary fiscal policy, what will happen to investment by the government? Investment by the government will also become lesser. That is, expenditure will decrease. And when the expenditure will decrease, already it is lower in the economy. Do you think employment will increase? Do you think production will increase? Do you think demand will increase? No, all of them will further fall down, which means GDP is falling down. GDP is again falling down. So GDP is already lesser, right? The government policies will further reduce GDP. Pro-cyclical policy. Right? Some of you are asking which book, which page number. Books do not have it. Economic survey discusses all of this. And on the other side, when the investment from the private sector is lesser, government will increase its expenditure. Can I call this as expansionary fiscal policy? Can I call this as expansionary fiscal policy? Of course, yes. Right. So during recession, what do you expect? You expect the government to invest more so that production increases, supply increases, demand increases, etc. So that is expansionary, so that GDP will not reduce, rather will start increasing. Counter cyclical policy. Right? Counter cyclical policy. So argument is simple. Whether the policies of the government, are they increasing the intensity or are they reducing the intensity or the severeness of events in the economy? If the policies are adding to the intensity, it is called as pro-cyclical. If they are reducing the intensity, it is called as right, counter-cyclical. Basic idea is this. And please remember this table, UPSC can ask you these kind of questions. In fact, they've asked you this. I'll show it now. Any problem with this? Now, please do let me know. Right? Don't you think it is always better for the government to have counter-cyclical policies? Let me know. Right? Don't you think it is better to have, most other times, not always, most other times, for the government to have counter-cyclical policies? Right? Because please understand, during recession, you cannot go for pro-cyclical policy. That might lead to depression. Right? And during high GDP growth rate, at one or the other point of time, government has to decide to withdraw to reduce its expenditure. Otherwise, it will cause inflation in the economy. I hope you understand the point here. Any problem with this? Right? When the GDP is growing, government should invest. Of course, they should invest. But at one or the other point, government has to decide to control its expenditure. Otherwise, what will happen is this high growth rate might snowball into higher inflation rate in the economy. Okay? That is the basic argument here. That is the basic argument. Right now, this is the end of the chapter for you. Please solve this question. Please solve this question. Okay, 62% have answered correctly, but it should have been 100%. Right? Don't you think when there is economic recession, right option will be option B here? Think of it, my dear. Which among the following steps is most likely to be taken at the time of an economic recession? When there is a recession in the economy, right, don't you think government should increase the expenditure on projects? That is, increase expenditure. Simple, increase expenditure. Right option is option B here. Let me eliminate the remaining one. Cut in the tax rates accompanied by increase in interest rate. Now, what is increase in interest rate? I'll explain one concept here. Later in the class, I will not repeat it. Look at this right now. Please look at it right now. Here is Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India, RBI is Reserve Bank of India, will provide loans to the banks. And banks will provide loans to customers. This is a simple sequence. RBI will give loan to a bank will give loan to customer. Now there are two situations here. First one is RBI will reduce the rate of interest on the loan given to the bank. I repeat, RBI will reduce the rate of interest on the loan given to the bank. Now please tell me, will the bank now, when they will give loan to the customers, will they reduce the rate of interest or increase the rate of interest? Let me know now. RBI is giving a loan at a lower rate of interest to a bank. What will the bank do? Will the bank reduce the rate of interest on the loan given to the customer, or they increase it? They will have to reduce it. Some of you are saying increase it. What is your argument? Please do let me know. Reduce rate of interest. Does it not make sense to you? There should be something very, very difficult for you to understand here. RBI gives a loan at a lesser rate of interest to the bank. Don't you think bank should also reduce its rate of interest on the loan given to a customer? What is difficulty here? What is the difficulty? Right? Bank is taking loan at a lesser rate, so it will give loan at a lesser rate. Right? So that is the argument here. Now have a look at this. When the banks will provide loans at lesser rate of interest, can I say it can promote growth in the economy? It can promote growth in the economy, but there is also danger of higher inflation rate. Any difficulty here? It can promote growth in the economy because more people will take loans, demand more goods and services. More companies will take loans, produce more goods and services. Employment will increase, right? Income earned by the people is increasing. That can cause higher demand, causing inflation. Now, on the other side, RBI will increase the rate of interest. RBI will increase the rate of interest. Now, please tell me, what will the bank do? Will they give loan at a lower rate of interest, or they will increase the rate of interest? Of course, it makes sense for the bank to increase the rate of interest. Now, let me know, if rate of interest on the loans will increase, will people take more loans and demand more goods and services in the market? Does it make perfect sense to you? People, will they take more loans to demand more goods and services? Of course, no. Right? Companies will take lesser loans. Production, would be affected. People would take lesser loans. Demand in the market would be affected. Now, can I simply say, higher rate of interest in the economy will help you in controlling inflation? Let me know. Higher rate of interest in the economy will help you in controlling inflation. But on the other hand, if the demand will come down, the goods and services which are purchased will come down, don't you think it will have a limitation effect on the growth? It will limit growth in the economy. Let me know. Right? Is the logic okay here? I've given you two situations. If RBI reduces rate of interest, what is the impact of that in the economy? If RBI increases the rate of interest, what is the impact of that in the economy? Now, please answer to my question. If there is a recession in the economy, If there is a recession in the economy, what do you expect RBI to do? Do you expect RBI to take the policy of first one or second one? Do you think RBI should take the policy of a first one or second one? It's a very simple question. If there is a recession, right? Some of you are not even able to understand the question. If there is a recession, right, would you want RBI to take the first one or second, right, tool? Right answer is first one, my dear. Those are answering second one. If there is a recession, what is the demand for goods and services? Tell me now. This should not be very difficult, right? I don't understand why some of the people are making a mistake. If there is a recession, what is the demand for goods and services? Demand for the goods and services is already low. What about production? Production is already low. What about unemployment rate? It is very high. Now you want to increase the rate of interest in the economy. You want to make loans much more costlier in the economy. Do you think, right, that will increase the demand in the market? You want to make recession depression. Think of it. You want to make recession into depression now, right? Lower the demand, right? More unemployment rate, lower production, GDP will further fall down. So tell me, during recession, do you think RBI should reduce, sorry, RBI should increase rate of interest? Do you think that makes sense to you? Right? So the right option is the first one. RBI should reduce interest rates so that there is a recovery in the economy. Now, please look at the option A and tell me, right, is it correct? Look at the option A and please tell me, is it correct? Right? Look at the second part of the option. Look at the second part of the option. It says increase in interest rate. No, it is wrong. What about option C? Increase in tax rate. During recession, you want the government to increase tax rate. Again, wrong. Reduce expenditure by the government. Again, wrong. Right? So the right option will be option B here. Okay, right option is option B. Right? So this is how application-based questions are asked by UPSC. Please be very careful. Now there is a concept called as a GDP deflator. Most probably either today or tomorrow we'll discuss GDP deflator. Then we'll solve the question. Please don't worry about it. Right, so yesterday itself we have discussed this question on GDP calculation methodology. Right, so there is no point in repeating the same thing again and again. Now let me go to the next chapter. Let me go to the next chapter. Right, what is the concept of inflation? What is the concept of inflation? Now these are the list of the subtopics that we'll be discussing today. Inflation is very, very important. Right, very, very important. Please be very careful. Now, let me start with the definition of inflation. Let me start with the definition of inflation. Now, what is the definition? Inflation is the persistent increase in the price level of basket of commodities. Right? Inflation is nothing but there is a continuous increase in the price that we are paying for basket of commodities. For example, let's assume basket. Again, many of you ask me, sir, what do you mean by basket? Basket simply means collection. Basket simply means a collection or a group. Okay, let's imagine there is a basket of commodities. And in this basket of commodities, let's say there are 10 goods. Simple number. There are 10 goods. Now, last year, to purchase these 10 goods, imagine you paid 100 rupees. And this year, for purchasing the same basket of goods, you are paying 110 rupees. Now, please tell me, is it the definition of inflation? Look at it and please do let me know. For a basket of commodities, last year you paid 100, now you are paying 110. Right? Is it not a rise in the prices of group or collection of commodities? This is basically called as inflation. Inflation is nothing but a price rise for group of commodities. Right? That is the definition of inflation. Now, hundreds of definitions are there. Please don't worry. For example, I'll give you one more definition here. Inflation, right, is basically a situation wherein purchasing power of money will fall down. Inflation is a situation wherein purchasing power of money will fall down or will decrease. What do you mean by this? Right, let's imagine I'll take a very simple example here, current affairs, and you tell me, right, the tomato prices. Best current affairs example, right? Last year, for 100 rupee, you are able to purchase, let's say, 2 kgs of tomato, and many of the times, even 10 kgs of tomato. But this year, for same 100 kgs, you are able to purchase half a kg of tomato, if you are lucky. Half a kg of tomato. Now, please tell me, can I say it simply means purchasing power of 100 rupee has fallen down? Any problem in understanding this? Purchasing power of, right, the 100 rupee has fallen down. Now, look at the definition here for inflation. Right, inflation is a situation wherein the purchasing power of money is continuously decreasing. Right, that is one more definition. Many definitions are there, don't worry, but ultimately what does it mean? For basket of goods and services compared to a reference period, now you are paying more money. That situation is called as inflation. Now, what are the classifications? Right, what are the types of inflation? We'll give you two classification. I'll give you two classifications. Please be very careful. On based on rates of inflation, I'll give you one classification, and second one based on the causes. And if you ask me which is more important for the examination, I would definitely put my bet on based on the causes of inflation. We'll discuss questions later, don't worry. You will see lot of questions are asked by UPSC based on the causes of inflation, because there, right there, you will have to be very careful with respect to the concepts. You'll have to be very careful with respect to concepts. Now let me start. First one is based on the rate of inflation, right? One is a moderate rate of inflation. Second one is a galloping rate of inflation. Third one is hyperinflation. Now, what is this rate of inflation? If you're reading newspapers, don't you think very often you'll come across a number? They'll say rate of inflation is 7%. Rate of inflation is 8%. Rate of inflation is 29%. Yes or no? Please do let me know. Do you come across these kind of numbers in the newspaper? For example, right, if you have not read, even now if you are not reading newspapers, please check what is happening to the inflation rate in Sri Lanka. Please check what is the inflation rate in Pakistan. Right, you will know that, or you'll come to know that inflation rate in both of these countries, right, was basically in a double digit number. Was basically in a double digit number. That is, it was a 40%, 26%, 29%. And in case of India, what is the inflation rate? Inflation rate is 4%. Inflation rate is 5%. Inflation rate is 4.9%. A single digit number. All of you agree? In case of India, the inflation rate is a single digit number. Now, please don't ask me what you mean by single digit. High school. Forget about high school. I'm going to primary school now. Right? A single digit number. Single digit simply means less than 10%. Right? Less than 10%. So whenever the inflation rate is in a single digit number, it is called as a moderate rate of inflation. For example, India. In case of India, what is the rate of inflation? 4%, 4.9%, 5.3%, etc., etc. Whenever the inflation rate is in a double digit number, whenever the inflation rate is in a double digit number or a triple digit number, it is called as a galloping rate of inflation. Right, any example in recent current affairs? Many countries, right, including let's say including Pakistan, right, or for that matter some of the African countries such as Egypt, right, Asian countries such as Sri Lanka, they are experiencing double digit rate of inflation. So whenever you are talking about double digits or triple digits rate of inflation, we'll call this as galloping rate of inflation. And whenever the inflation rate is very high number, very, very high number, For example, inflation rate can be 80,000%. Inflation rate can be 2.7 lakh percent. Whenever the inflation rate is a very, very high, we'll refer to this as a hyperinflation. Hyperinflation, right? That is, for example, in Venezuela. Have you heard of the country Venezuela? In Venezuela, some months ago, the inflation rate was right in terms of lakh percentage. For many months, it was right in terms of thousands of percentages. Zimbabwe experienced 2.7 lakh percent. So there have been instances where the inflation rate have been very, very big numbers as well. Within moderate, we have one more classification: creeping rate of inflation and walking rate of inflation. Creeping rate and walking rate of inflation. What do you mean by creeping rate? Whenever the inflation is generally around 3%. Whenever the inflation rate is generally around 3%, we'll call this as a creeping rate of inflation. Creeping means what? The price levels are moving, but they are moving very, very slowly. I hope you understand. The price levels are moving, but they are moving very, very slowly. That is the definition, that is the meaning of the term creeping inflation. Whenever the inflation rate is more than 3% and somewhere below 10%, we'll call this as walking rate of inflation, right? Based on the rate of inflation, creeping and walking. Done? So this is one classification of inflation. Some of you are asking, sir, how inflation is calculated? I'll show you the inflation calculation rate, although I don't expect UPSC to ask that question. I will show you that, have patience. So this is one classification. This is the second classification. And as far as I'm concerned, this is much more important. This is much more important compared to the previous one, because previous one is just factual. Just factual. Right? Around 2 to 3% creeping, more than 3% and below 10% walking, right? Double digits or triple digit galloping, and right, a very, very high number, astronomical number, 80,000%, 1.3 lakh percent, 2.7 lakh percent, right? That is hyperinflation. Just factual information. But this is more conceptual. Follow this very carefully. This is very important. Now, inflation can be caused because of demand side factor as well as supply side factors. Inflation can be caused because of demand side factors as well as supply side factors. Now, right, many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by demand side factors? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine Government of India will provide you a cash subsidy of 10,000 rupees per year, or let's say once every quarter. Simple question, by the way. Think of it. Government of India will provide you 10,000 rupees every quarter in the form of a subsidy. Question number one. Will Government of India's expenditure increase because of this? Question number one. Will Government of India's expenditure increase because of this? Anybody has a doubt here? Arey Baba, some of you are saying no. I'm saying government will give you 10,000 rupees every quarter, and the question is, Government of India's expenditure, will it increase because of this? Some of you are saying no. Why? What is the point? Right? What is the confusion there? It will increase. Point number two, if all of us get this amount, will the demand for goods and services increase in the economy? Second question, will the demand for goods and services, will it increase in the economy? Can it lead to inflation? Think of it. Can it lead to inflation? Right? Is there a possibility? Of course, yes. But please tell me, this inflation that is happening, is it because the production cost is increasing, or is it because demand is increasing? The logic should be very clear to you. Is it because the price of the manufacturing or the cost of production is increasing, or is it because the demand is increasing? Demand is increasing. I'll give you one more example. We have discussed this earlier. I'll give you this example again. RBI will reduce interest rates. RBI will reduce interest rates. That is, I'll say RBI will follow expansionary policy. Any problem with the term here? RBI will follow expansionary policy. And there is a term, right? I'll give you a technical term here. Monetary policy. Earlier we have discussed fiscal policy. Now I'm introducing one more term to you. Monetary policy. Monetary policy simply means, right, the Reserve Bank of India will use various measures to either increase or decrease money supply. I'll repeat the statement. Right, Reserve Bank of India will use various tools either to increase or decrease money supply in the economy. And for those of you who are asking the question, what is expansionary? My dear, you tell me what is expansionary. Did we not discuss this? Right? Why has the memory become so short for you now? Why is the recollection capacity so short? Did we not discuss the concept of expansionary and contractionary 20 minutes ago? Expansionary means increase, right? Contractionary means decrease. It's not that difficult. We have discussed this already. So please tell me, if RBI will follow expansionary policy, can the demand increase in the market? All of you will agree with me? If RBI will follow expansionary policy, can the demand increase in the market? And can that cause inflation in the market? Of course, yes. So have a look at this. Whenever there is an increased money supply, whenever government expenditure will increase, can it cause inflation? Yes, but this inflation is because of higher demand. This inflation is because of higher demand. And whenever because of higher demand, that is, a demand is increasing, causing inflation, we'll call this as a demand pull inflation. Is it okay? Whenever the demand is increasing and that is causing inflation, we'll call this as demand pull inflation. Now, there are two more components here. First one is clear with you. Third one is clear with you. Let me discuss second and fourth. A simple question to all of you. Second one also is very easy. We have discussed it earlier. If there is very high growth in the economy, what do you think will happen to employment in India? Right? Connect the dots. Very simple. Connect the dots. If there is very high growth in the economy, what will happen to employment? It will increase. What about salaries or incomes earned by the people? That will also increase. And if salaries or incomes during high growth phase, it is increasing, what will happen to the demand in the economy? Demand will also increase. And when demand will increase, what will happen to the market prices? Market prices will start increasing. And that can cause inflation. Is the second point okay with all of you? Is the second point okay with all of you? First, second, third, right? Basically, application of what we have discussed so far. Let me go to the fourth point. Inflation expectations. Inflation expectations. Now, what is the inflation expectation? It simply means what is the expected movement in market in the future. Expected movement in the market. Movement in market in the future. Speculation. Simple. Speculation. Speculation, expectation, one and the same. Expected movement in the market in future. Now, please tell me, today you come to read, or today you read the newspaper, and in the newspaper it says, right, from 1st to 10th of July, right, from the 1st to 10th of July, tomato prices increased by 10 rupee. From 10th to 20th of July, tomato prices further increased by 30 rupee. Now, please tell me, what is your expectation regarding tomato prices in the next week? Let me know. right? You read in the newspaper, from the 1st to 10th July, prices have increased by 10 rupee. From 10th to 20th, the prices have increased by 30 rupees. Now you tell me, will you not come to a conclusion based on this data? Will you not come to a conclusion in the coming days again market prices will increase? Yes or no? Is it not your conclusion based on this data? Can I call this as expectations? Can I call this as expectations in the inflation in the coming days? Now, if you are a consumer of tomato, will you buy more of tomato today or will wait for one more week? Think of it. If you are a consumer of tomato, will you buy more of tomato today itself or will you will wait for one more week? Don't you think today itself, even though the prices are higher compared to last 10 days, today itself you will go to the market, purchase more? I hope you understand. Some of you are saying, sir, I will wait. My dear, the expectation is that in the future prices are going to further increase. You tell me, if you know that, will you not purchase more tomatoes today compared to, let's say, how much will you purchase after one week? Right? For example, I'll give you one more information here. Couple of days ago, I said turmeric prices in the coming days will increase. Yes or no? Turmeric prices in the coming days will start increase. Now, please tell me, will you not purchase more, let's say one more packet of turmeric today, fearing more prices or higher prices in the future? Yes or no? I'll give you one more example. Couple of days ago, in fact, I asked you to read that article. Couple of days ago, government of India banned export of certain rice varieties to other countries. Yes or no? And because I'm saying this, please read today's article, Hindu newspaper. They are talking about, very nice article by the way. They are talking about whenever government of India will impose such a restriction, what will happen to inflation rate in international market. And yesterday I asked you to read about article published on IMF data. Did you people read that? Yesterday also it was there in the newspaper. I asked you people to read about, right, the article on IMF head, the chief of IMF, who says the policies of the government will stoke inflation in the market. I asked you to read that. Right, today also there is one article again, sir, which newspaper? Yesterday also Hindu, today also the Hindu. In the Hindu newspaper today they have one more article in the central page where they're discussing what impact government policies on export ban of these commodities, what impact it will have in the international market. Now have a look at this, right? Tell me whether this makes sense to you regarding inflation expectation. Government of India banned certain types of rice varieties to be exported from India. What happened to the demand for the rice in USA? Let me know. What happened suddenly to the demand for the rice, that kind of a rice, Sona Masuri rice in USA? Do you think people stopped purchasing that kind of a rice in USA? Then you're wrong, my dear. You do not know how the market works. People went to the market, purchased as much rice as possible day for yesterday itself. Can you check it? If you don't trust me, please check it. That is how people will behave. That is how people will actually behave in the market. Now, please tell me, when the prices are, let's say, whatever the prices are, because of your concern, regarding the prices in the future, today itself you'll go to the market, start purchasing more and more. Will it increase the demand? Will it increase the demand? And if the prices, I'm sorry, if the demand increases, what will happen to prices? Prices automatically will start increasing. Can that cause inflation in the market? Again, the answer is yes. So these are certain features, certain reasons why demand side inflation can be caused in the economy, hence called as demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation. Now come to the supply side. Come to the supply side. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Come to the supply side. Point number 5. Cost of the raw materials, labor cost will increase. Please tell me, if the wages that you're paying, If the raw material cost that you're paying, if it increases, will you sell the product at the same price in the market? Very basic idea. Will you sell the product at the same price in the market? Will you not increase the price of the product? Market price will increase. Can it cause inflation? Second, rate of interest on the loans that you have taken. Rate of interest on the loans that you have taken. Imagine to manufacture this bottle, you are taking a loan from a bank. Simple. To manufacture this bottle, you are taking a loan from a bank. And the bank charges you 4% rate of interest now. What if the bank will increase the rate of interest from 4% to, let's say, 8%? I'm doubling so that it is very clear to you. If rate of interest on the loan will increase from 4% to 8%, now you'll have to pay more interest rate to the bank on the loan that you have taken. What will happen to cost of production? What will happen to cost of production here? Don't you think cost of production will start increasing? And when cost of production increases, what will happen to market price? Market price will also increase. Simple argument. Increased GST rate. Increased GST rate. Right? In fact, we have discussed this yesterday also. If government will increase the GST rate on this bottle, simple question, what will happen to market price? Right? Is the logic okay with all of you? Market prices will increase. And the market price increasing means it can cause inflation. Right? 8, 9, 10 and 11, I'll discuss separately now. Follow this very carefully. 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now, what is this argument of supply shock here? What is this argument of supply shock? Supply shock means sudden disruption, sudden, not planned, sudden disruption in supply of certain commodities. Sudden disruption in supply of certain commodities. Best example, tomato. Best example that I can think of today in the current affairs is tomato. Now, please tell me some of the reasons why tomato supply has reduced. I repeat, some of the reason why supply of tomato has reduced. Can I say it is because of unseasonal rainfall? Let me know. It is because of unseasonal rainfall. There are various reasons. Because of unseasonal rainfall, tomato supply has gone down. Now, please tell me, unseasonal rainfall, don't you think that is going to cause a sudden disruption in the supply of commodity? Let me know. Right? The unseasonal rainfall, is it not going to cause a sudden disruption? Nobody is going to plan for rainfall. I hope you understand. Right? Nobody is going to plan for unseasonal rainfall. Look at the name itself, unseasonal. Suddenly, without any indication, the rainfall will happen. Crops will be destroyed. Right? So that is a sudden disruption. Can I give you one more example? One more example. Russia-Ukraine war. Not very, very difficult to understand. Russia-Ukraine war. Now, when Russia-Ukraine war took place, can I say suddenly the export of wheat from Ukraine stopped? Let me know. Suddenly, oil supply from Russia came down to the international market. What happened to the prices? What happened to the prices? The prices would start increasing, causing inflation. Any problem here with respect to point number 8? Any problem? Right? One student is asking, sir, how rate of interest will cause inflation? My dear, please understand the next point here carefully. Rate of inflation, the rate of interest rates on a loan, RBI can ensure selectively for one borrower it will be higher, for another borrower it will be lower. Let me know. I'll repeat the point again. Right? There are two students who are asking how rate of interest can cause inflation. Rate of interest can be used to control inflation. I am saying RBI, and we'll discuss all of this. Have patience. We'll discuss all of this. RBI, using various tools that they have, can ensure for some of the loans, rate of interest can be increased, and for some of the loans, rate of interest can be decreased. And in this example, I'm talking only from the context of manufacturer. Manufacturer. Okay. Now, point number 9. Right. And okay, one more student is asking what is the full form of GST? Goods and Services Tax. We have not discussed that. We'll discuss it later. Please don't worry. Point number 9, structural inflation. Now, what do you mean by structural inflation? Structural inflation simply means whenever there are inefficiencies in the infrastructure, when there are inefficiencies. What do you mean by inefficiencies? Shortages. Whenever there are certain inefficiencies or shortages in the economy, it will cause, right, a mismatch in the demand and supply. I'll give you example, have patience. Whenever there are shortages or inefficiencies in the economy, that will cause, right, a mismatch between demand and supply, that can cause inflation. How, sir? Let me start. Right, understand the logic here. In case of India, we need to provide warehousing for agriculture commodities. Warehousing means what? Storage. Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Do we need storage facilities for agriculture sector? Anybody has a problem with this? Right, point number 1. Second point, we need to transport goods and services in India. We need to transport goods and services in India from one point to another point. And what is the cost of transportation? What is the cost of transportation will have an impact on market prices. What is the cost of transportation will have an impact on market prices. Anybody has a problem with the point number 2? Please do let me know. Right, point number 3. Point number 3, we need to have very good processing infrastructure in agriculture sector. Now you'll ask me, what do you mean by processing? Processing simply means converting from one form to another form. Simple idea. Processing means converting from one form to another form. For example, let me give a very simple example. Can we convert mango into juice? Anybody has a problem with this? We need to convert a mango, or we can convert mango into juice. Sir, what do you mean by mango into juice? Have you heard of the company? Product name, Slice. Fruity. What are these? What are these? Right, basically, mango juices. Now, please understand, whenever you convert one product in agriculture sector into another form, we'll call this as food processing. We'll simply call this as food processing. Now, come to the point. What I'm trying to convey to you people, will go point by point. Point number 1. We do not have sufficient storage capacity in India. We do not have sufficient storage capacity in India even today. Which means, please tell me the answer. If we are not able to store whatever we have produced in the warehouses, don't you think some of it will be lost because of sunlight? Some of it will be lost because of rainfall. Correct or wrong? Any problem here? Whatever we have produced, we are not able to store it. And as a result of this, some of the food grains, some of the horticulture products will be lost. Now, will it cause a mismatch between demand and supply? Let me know. Will it cause a mismatch between demand and supply? Yes. Point number 2. We need to transport goods and services from one point to another point, be it agriculture goods or commodities, be it, right, any other form of a commodity or a goods that is produced. But remember this particular point. In case of India, cost of transportation is higher compared to other countries. In case of India, the cost of transportation is higher compared to other countries. Right? Look at the next point here. I'll connect it to the point number 2. There is a term called as logistics. And please remember this. Don't keep on asking every time I say logistics. Don't keep on asking me what is logistics. Logistics simply refers to certain activities that are undertaken to move the goods. Activities that are undertaken to move the goods. Now you'll ask me, sir, what do you mean by activities undertaken to move the goods? Can I say packaging, storing, transporting? Let me know. Can I say part of logistics? Example, part of the logistics will be packaging the product, right? Storing, warehousing the product, as well as, right, moving, transporting the product. Can I say these are part and parcel of logistics sector in India? Anybody has a problem? These are part and parcel of logistics sector in India. Correct or wrong? Please do let me know right now if there is any issue. Now I say, in case of India, cost of transportation is very high. That's a fact. In case of India, cost of transportation is very, very high compared to other countries. For example, government data. Government of India itself says cost of logistics in India is around 13 to 14 percentage of GDP. Cost of logistics in India, it is around 13 to 14 percentage of GDP. Whereas in other countries such as USA, China, Germany, etc., cost of logistics somewhere is in the range of 6 to 8 percentage of GDP. Which means when you transport, when you store, when you package, etc., the prices are higher. Now please tell me, if the cost of logistics is higher, what will happen to market prices? Please do let me know. If the cost of logistics is higher, what do you think will happen to market prices? Don't you think market prices will increase? And now tell me, if fuel prices, simple question to you now. If fuel prices will increase, petrol or diesel, if fuel prices will increase, transportation price will increase, and as a result of this, cost of logistics will increase, market price will increase, right? Is it inflation or not? Simple question. Is it inflation or not? Right? Of course, yes. Right? So whenever there is an inefficiency, whenever there's a shortage in the economy, certain shortages are there in the economy, and that will cause, right, that will cause a difference between demand and supply, causing inflation in the market. Can I go to the forward? Can I go to the next point now? Right? Can I go to the next point? Right? In case of India, food processing levels are also very low. Again, I'll connect it to the current affairs so that you understand what is actually happening. Food processing levels are very, very low. So any example? Tomato. Simply take tomato. Right? Tomato, in case of India, only 1% of it is actually processed. What do you mean by processed in case of tomato? Fresh tomatoes can be converted into puree. Correct? Fresh tomatoes can be converted into puree. Puree is nothing but the basic smashing of tomatoes. Fresh tomatoes can be converted into puree. Tomatoes can be converted into ketchup. Right? That is basically the processing of tomato. In case of India, only 1% of tomato that is produced is right processed. Now, please tell me, whenever there is right a sudden disruption that is going to cause because of, let's say, right, the monsoon, excess monsoon, shortage of monsoon, whatever it is, if we do not have sufficient processed foods, alternative, simple alternative, substitute, if we do not have right very good alternatives or substitutes in the market, don't you think market prices will continuously keep on increasing? Yes or no? Does it make sense to you people or not? I'll give you one more example here. Onion, milk prices. Why do you think the prices of onion and the milk keep on increasing? Of course, yes, there are various other factors. We do not have sufficient processing of onion in India. Right? Onion we generally use, or onion that we generally use, it is basically a fresh bulb. Right? You know, this is called as a fresh bulb. Onion that we use, it is basically a fresh bulb onion. Most of us use fresh bulb. But there's a processed product also for onion. What is a processed product? In the market, you will get onion powder. Check it, by the way. You will get onion powder. You will get dried onion in the market. But processing levels of this onion is very low in India because the demand for such products is very low. In fact, if you're reading newspapers, and please do that. In fact, if you're reading newspapers, many of the experts, one way that is a long term solution. Look at it and please do let me know, does it make sense to you or not? One way which is a long term solution for these kind of problems in agriculture sector is that they say improve processing of agriculture commodities, increase the processing level for agriculture commodities, so that in future, that is maybe after 2 years, after 3 years, if there's a sudden disruption of supply of, let's say, onion, right, people will not think twice to substitute a fresh onion with a powdered onion, so that the demand will not be very high, prices will also not be very high in the market. Any problem with these examples? Can I say all the examples that are given here? Point number 1, 2, and 3, all of them are inefficiencies or shortages of Indian economy. Let me know so that I can go forward. Right? Point number 1, point number 2, and point number 3, all these are shortages of Indian economy, inefficiencies in the Indian economy. Right? That is the reason this can cause inflation in the market. This is called as structural inflation. Next one is called as a hoarding. Let me explain. After that, we'll discuss cartelization. Now, what do you mean by hoarding here? What do you mean by hoarding and cartelization? On one side, we'll discuss hoarding. On the other side, we'll discuss cartelization. Now, what do you mean by hoarding? Hoarding simply means, I'll write the definition here. Hoarding simply means storing or warehousing more than what is allowed, by the government. Storing or warehousing more than what is allowed by the government. Let me explain this with an example. I'll take example of rice. Right? Again, connected to current affairs only. All of this you understand with current affairs. Have a look at this. Right? In case of hoarding, imagine government of India will say, I'll take a very simple supply chain. Here is a farmer, and from the farmer, a middleman will purchase, traders. A middleman will purchase rice and will sell it to a shopkeeper, and shopkeeper will sell it to customer. Simple supply chain. Do not complicate it. Now let's say government of India says the middleman who is purchasing, the trader who is purchasing from the farmer in the market is not allowed to store more than 10 tons of rice. The middleman or the trader is not allowed to store more than 10 tons of rice. Right? Let's take numbers so that you understand. Imagine from the farmer, the middleman will purchase 100 tons. If the trader is allowed to store maximum 10 tons, can I say to the market, 90 tons of rice will come? Any problem here? If the government has a limitation of 10 tons imposed on the middleman, right, and if the middleman will purchase 100 tons, then the 90 tons has to come to the market. Now, what if the trader here becomes very greedy? Rather than, right, storing 10 tons, which is allowed by the government, what if the trader will store 40 tons? Tell me now. What if the middleman or the trader will store 40 tons? don't you think supply to the market will fall down to 60 tons? Any problem in this? Supply to the market will suddenly fall down. Shortage, scarcity will be created in the market. And when the supply will come down, what do you think will happen to market prices? Market prices will increase. Can it cause inflation? Answer is yes. Any problem here? Right? Any problem here? Right? What is hoarding? Hoarding means, right, the government has imposed certain restrictions on storage or warehousing, but you will store more than what is the allowed limit. That is called as hoarding. And government uses an act. Please remember this. There is an act by the name of Essential Commodities Act. Important for exams, especially rice is being discussed, wheat is being discussed now. Essential Commodities Act of 1955. What is this Essential Commodities Act? We'll use a short form of this, ECA. ECA says government has the power over imposing limits on storage. Government will have the power to impose storage limits. Government will have the power over distribution of the commodities. Government can also impose a restriction over pricing of the commodity. All these powers are given to the government on Essential Commodities Act. Right? All these powers are given to the government under Essential Commodities Act. I'll connect it to current affairs. Think of it. During pandemic, don't you think the demand for sanitizer was very high? Think of it. During pandemic, don't you think demand for sanitizer was very, very high? Now, despite the demand being so high, why do you think market prices did not increase to 500 rupees, 600 rupees, or even 1000 rupees for a small bottle of sanitizer? Tell me now. Apply logic and tell me. Despite the prices being very high, despite the demand being continuous, very, very high, why did the companies not sell a small bottle of sanitizer at 2000 rupees? Because government said, we will cover the sanitizer under Essential Commodities Act. We'll cover it under Essential Commodities Act. And because we are covering it under Essential Commodities Act, you will not be allowed to price, you will not be allowed to have a MRP of more than this. That is the precise reason. Masks, right? I hope you remember this. The prices of the mask did not skyrocket. The prices of the sanitizers did not skyrocket during pandemic. Otherwise, you could have not imagined what could have been the prices of these commodities if not Essential Commodities Act of 1955 was imposed. Because private sector knew that people will purchase it. People will have very high demand for it. They will increase the price. What can you do? Think of it. What can you do in that context? Right? So argument is simple. Right? The Essential Commodities Act will give the power to the center here. Let me shift to the right now. Cartelization. What do you mean by cartelization? Cartelization simply means the group of producers or suppliers will come together to decide on supply. I'll give you a prime example connected to current affairs. Right? What do you mean by cartelization? Group of producers or suppliers will come together to decide on supply of commodities. Best example for this is OPEC. Have you heard of OPEC grouping? Let me know. Have you heard of OPEC grouping? OPEC stands for oil producing and exporting countries. Very, very famous now. Those who are saying no, please read current affairs. You are not reading current affairs, my dear. Very simple. You are not reading current affairs. OPEC basically consists of 13 countries. It consists of 13 countries. Now, imagine OPEC will come together and they will decide that they will cut oil production. Simple. OPEC will come together. They will decide cut the oil production. Those, Are Baba, two students are asking explain cartelization. What do you think I'm doing? Let me know. Two of the students are saying, explain cartelization. What do you think I'm doing now? Right? Can you see the heading? Can you see a bifurcation? Please observe, my dear. OPEC came together and they'll say, let's cut oil production. And now, simple question to all of you. If OPEC will decide to reduce oil production, what will happen to supply of oil to the international market? What will happen to the supply of oil to the international market? Don't you think oil supply to the international market will go down? And when supply will go down, right, even if the demand remains the same, supply goes down, what will happen to market prices? What will happen to market prices? Market prices automatically will start increasing. Can it cause inflation? Let me know. Can it cause inflation? And moreover, why is the inflation being caused here? It is because of cartelization. That is, group of producers have come together to decide on production. They want to take a call on production whether they should increase the supply or they should decrease the supply. Right? This is the basic argument of cartelization. Now I'm taking example of OPEC because please remember this. In case of India, cartelization is not allowed. In case of India, cartelization is not allowed. Government of India says you are not allowed to form a cartel. And to ensure that there is no cartelization in the economy, there is one authority. Please remember the name of the authority. Competition Commission of India. Competition Commission of India. Competition Commission of India, CCI. Government of India has set up a statutory authority, CCI, Competition Commission of India, which will ensure that, right, these companies which are there, right, for example, what if all the telecom companies come together, they will, right, decide what is the price. Everybody will come together and they will decide from today 4G data will be higher. Think of it, right? Can all these telecom companies band together and they'll increase the market prices of a 4G package? Of course, yes. What if all the DTH providers will come together, form a cartel, and they will collectively increase the package prices of DTH? What is the option available to you? I hope you understand. What is the option available to you? No option is available. You will have to pay more prices. That is the reason cartelization is not allowed. And if there is any issue, any right, let's say allegation that there is a cartel formed, then Competition Commission of India will investigate it. Competition Commission of India will investigate it, and if they find that there is in fact a cartel being formed, they will impose penalties on these companies. They will impose penalties on these companies. Done. And again, please understand, idea of Competition Commission of India is any company, right? There could be only one supplier also in the market. I hope you understand. One supplier. One supplier means monopoly. There could be only one supplier in the market. But whatever is the pricing decision, whatever policies are there of the supplier, that should not be against market, or that should not be against the interest of the consumers. It should not be unfair to the consumers. That is the whole argument of the objective of Competition Commission of India. Whatever you are doing, whether you are the only supplier or there are a group of suppliers, right, you should not be involved in taking unfair policies. You should not be having any unfair policies. If you are having unfair policies, Competition Commission of India will penalize you. Done. Right? So hoarding, cartelization. Right? Can we go next now? Any problem with this? Right? So first it will be supply side, and because supply side is causing inflation, we will call this as cost push inflation. And whenever the demand side will cause inflation, we'll call this as demand pull inflation. Now, can both of them happen simultaneously? Right? Let me know. Can both of them happen simultaneously? Can I say that in the economy, demand side factors as well as supply side factors both will cause inflation? Of course, yes. Both of them can cause inflation in the market. Nothing wrong with that. Now, please look at it and tell me. look at the situation in the market regarding tomato. What do you think is dominant? The tomato prices which are causing inflation, dominant, underline the term dominant. Do you think the demand side is dominant or supply side is dominant in causing inflation in tomato prices? Think of it. Please think of it. What do you think is dominant? Do you think the demand side is dominant or the supply side is dominant in causing inflation, right, in tomato prices? It is supply side. It is supply side. I'm saying again, Baba, dominant. No. Do you understand the term dominant? Let me know. Do you understand even the term dominant? Right. So it is supply side. Why? Unseasonal rainfall. Right. In some of the states such as right Karnataka, etc. Unseasonal rainfall. Farmers did not cultivate. Whatever was there, they destroyed the crop. Right. Higher rainfall now. Whatever is the standing crop, that is also getting destroyed. Right. The tomatoes are there, but we are not able to transport because there is a flooding situation. That is also causing right a reduction in the supply. So these are the factors. These are the factors that is causing right the supply side the supply side right dominance, which is leading to higher market prices. Okay, right. Now let me go to the next one. Let me go to the next one. That is how do we measure inflation? How do we measure inflation in India? Focus on India here. There are two measures. One is called as a WPI. Second one is called as CPI. One is a WPI. Second one is CPI. Now, before you start asking me, the names are there, expansions are there, right in front of the acronym. Please observe. WPI means Wholesale Price Index. CPI means Consumer Price Index. Now, what is the basic idea? Whenever the goods are sold in wholesale market, right? Have you heard of the term wholesale market? Please tell me. Have you heard of the term wholesale market? Wholesale market means what? The quantities which are purchased will be very high. Quantity of goods sold will be very, very high. So generally in the wholesale market, main participants are who? Main participants are from one company to another company. Goods are sold. From one company to another company, goods are sold. For example, steel, aluminium, etc. From one company to a trader, from one company to a trader in the market. That is also basically happening in the wholesale market. So generally, whenever you talk about business to business, I've written B2B here, business to business, right? Business to business, company to traders, etc. These are done in large quantities, not small quantities, large quantities. This market is basically a wholesale market. So whenever you measure changes in the price level, I repeat, whenever you measure the changes in the price level for basket of commodities in the wholesale market, that is basically called as WPI. Any difficulty? Whenever you measure the changes in the price level for basket of commodities in the wholesale market, right, that is called as wholesale price index. Point number two, the WPI is published for every month. Point number two, the WPI is published for every month. For example, right, this is my advice to you. The 13th of next month, 13th of next month, because 13th of this month is already over and we started classes after that. 13th of August, please read newspaper. Any newspaper that you want, doesn't matter. Please read newspaper, but it should be national daily. I don't say I read regional newspaper, sir, because you said any newspaper. Read any national newspaper, you will come across data regarding WPI and CPI. You'll come across data regarding WPI and CPI, right? Which means in the month of August, that is, let's say 13th of August, right? They will give you data regarding what was a WPI for the month of July 2023. Any problem in this statement? I'll repeat the statement here. Right, in the month of August, that is when you read a newspaper on 13th of August, They will give you data of what was a WPI number for the July 2023. Right now, that is very fixed. Every month, 13th, 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 like this, they will publish both WP as well as CPI. That is fixed. Please observe, don't by heart numbers. Numbers are not important. Now, that is basically the meaning of a statement. For every month, the data is published. For full financial year also, the data will be published. In case of WPI, the base year for the calculation of a WPI is 2011 and 12. Please don't start asking me about base year. Today, maybe in the second half or tomorrow, we'll definitely discuss about base year. Have patience. We'll definitely discuss, but you should have patience. How base year is useful, how do we use it, everything I'll show you calculation. Have patience. So for WPI, base year calculation is 11 and 12. And in case of WPI, total number of commodities in the basket is 697 and only goods are considered. Only goods are considered in the WPI. Any problem so far? In case of CPI, this is also published for every month. This will focus on measuring the changes in the price level for basket of commodities in the retail market. In the retail market. What do you mean by retail market? Retail market is the one where individual consumers will purchase the product for consumption. Is it okay? I'm giving you the definition of retail market. Retail market simply means where you, me, your friend, your neighbor, etc., all of us will go purchase commodities for consumption. For example, you will go to Big Bazaar and purchase a soap. Yes or no? You will go to more, purchase, let's say, a packet of biscuit. You will go to the market, purchase, right, 1 kg of tomato. All of these are examples of retail market. So the CPI, Consumer Price Index, will measure the changes in the price level for basket of commodities in retail market. Right? It includes both the goods and services. I will give you the list. Have patience. The base year for the calculation of the CPI is 2012. Now let me enter into details of WPI. Details of WPI. The base year earlier were 2004 and 5. Now it is 2011 and 12. How many items, how many commodities are there in the basket of WPI? 697 commodities are there in the basket. Goods are there in the basket of WPI. And earlier, when the base year was 4 and 5, the basket had 676. Now there are 697. Sir, why do we change? Why can't we keep the basket constant? Why do we keep on changing? Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think now you should be worried about what is the price of floppy disk? Simple question to you people. Please let me know. Do you think now when we calculate what is inflation, we should be worried? We should consider what has happened to the prices of floppy disk. Some of you might be wondering what is a floppy disk. Right? Basically, floppy disk earlier we used to use the storage capacity of floppy disk was 1.4 MB. 1.4 MB. Today, nobody uses floppy disk. I'll ask you one more question. Right? Should you be worried about what is the price of Nokia 1100? Please do let me know. Should you be worried about what is the price of Nokia 1100? Answer is no, you should not be worried. Why? Today, these kind of products are not used. But don't you think today you should be worried about what is the price of a mask? What is the price of, let's say, green tea? Right? What is the price of a sanitizer, etc.? I hope you understand. I hope it makes perfect sense to you. Sir, why? Why are you giving these examples? Answer is from one time period to another time period. From one time period to another time period, what kind of goods and services are traded in the wholesale market? What kind of goods and services are consumed by the people? The combination will keep on changing. And when you keep on changing the combination, right, automatically, right, what is the basket, we should also change the combination. That is the reason earlier the commodities earlier the basket had 676 commodities. Now the basket has 697 commodities. Now this composition was changed based on the recommendation of Soumitra Chaudhary Working Committee. Soumitra Chaudhary Working Committee. And next point, right, given by economic advisor. This is published monthly. For every month, this is published by economic advisor. And this is published, right, for every month. For example, I said next month, right, you will come across, right, the data for the month of July. Right, this month, if you check the newspapers for 13th and 14th, please check it. If you don't trust me, if you people have either digital copies or physical copies of Hindu newspaper, you can check on 13th and 14th. They will have discussed about WPI in the newspaper. So this is published for every month. Annual publication is also done. Right, this is the basic argument of WPI. Now, many of you are saying, what is there in 697 commodities? I'll show you a small table. Please don't worry. And there are two students who are saying, sir, in the slide, one statement is there which is missing. From one time period to another time period, I keep on changing the slides. Don't worry. If you check the slides from last year compared to today's slides that I keep on giving you, there will be a lot of differences. Please don't worry. Now, right, generally 697 commodities. 697 commodities, that is goods, of course, goods. If you ask me, sir, why is there is no service in case of WPI, right? Please think logically. WPI was right basically made back in 1940s. The concept of a WPI was made back in 1940s, right? Don't you think at that point of time, majorly in the wholesale market, goods were traded, right? I hope you understand the logic behind it. Back in 1940s, it's very old. WPI is very old. Although we have kept on changing the commodities, the concept of WPI is very old in India. The idea of a WPI was introduced back in 1940s in India. Don't you think in 1940s, major trading was basically involving goods? That is the reason the idea of goods is only there in case of WPI. But don't you think, considering today, think of it now. Consider today, when services sector contribute around 50 plus percentage to the GDP number, you should include services also under WPI. Let me know, right? Don't you think today, right, where services sector contributes to more than 50% to GDP, don't you think even services should be included in the WPI? Answer is yes, by the way. None of you are answering, but I'll answer it. Answer is yes, by the way. You should include even services. Why? Right? Because more than 50% comes right in the basically in the GDP number. How can services be supplied in wholesale? Company to company. Company to company. Right? Can you give me an example where one company will supply services to another company? Think of it. Right, company to company, is there no supply of services? You cannot think of any services which are supplied from one company to another company. What transportation services? Think of it. What about transportation services? Right, so argument is simple. There will be services which are provided from one company to another company. That's the reason, right? I'll come back to this table, don't worry. There is a committee which was set up by the government, right? The name of the committee is Ramesh Chand Committee. We are yet to implement the recommendation. What this committee says, you should include services along with the goods in the calculation of WPI. Please let me know. Does it make sense now? We should include services also in the basket along with the goods in the calculation of WPI. Okay, we are yet to implement it. If government will make the changes, please be very careful, update the information. Now, whenever you talk about 697 commodities, right, 697 goods, these 697 goods are divided into three more groups. The 697 are divided into three groups. One group is called as the primary articles. Second one is fuel and power. Third one is manufactured items. Now, this is my recommendation to you people. By heart this table. Please by heart this table. Don't make a mistake of leaving it. Please by heart this table. It is much more easier compared to anything else you will read in case of WP and CPI. For example, as expected, many of the students are asking, what is there in 697? What is there in primary article? As if they want to by heart this table of 697. Let me show it to you. Those students who are worried about what is there, right, etc., etc., let me give you a heart attack. Just a joke, by the way, right? Don't say, sir, how can you tell me that you will give me a heart attack, right? Let me show it to you. Please have a look at this table and tell me, do you think UPSC is expecting you to by heart this table? Let me know. Do you think UPSC, right, is expecting you to by heart this table? If your answer is yes, by the way, congrats. By heart 697 articles from WPI, and under CPI there are three more components, right? Just to make the matters much more easier, there are three more components. One basket will have 448, another basket will have a 460, and the third basket will have 299. So now imagine, just imagine, right? I think the numbers will keep on rotating, right? Like in cartoon, right? They'll keep on rotating around your head now. One basket 697, right? One more basket 448, third basket 460, and the fourth basket 299. And imagine by the time you start, right, or you arrive at the next year, imagine government of India will accept the recommendation of Ramesh Chand committee, right? Imagine government will accept the recommendations of Ramesh Chand committee. Ramesh Chand committee says you should include more than 1100 commodities in the basket. Now imagine the complexity. You should you should include more than 1190 plus commodities in the basket, right? So if your argument is, sir, they can ask question anywhere, my dear, even if they ask, don't waste your time. Is it feasible? Answer to my question now. Let them ask the question. My question to you people is it good for you to buy heart 700 under WPI, 300 under CPI? Does it make any sense to you? Does it make any sense? Right? Some of the students will say, yes, he might ask. Let him ask. You don't worry, let him ask. To make the question very difficult, impossible to answer, they will create a question like this. But my question to you people, just to answer that one question, will you buy at 697 here, 299 here? Is it over? Absolutely no. Is it over? Absolutely no. 697 are divided into three groups. Now, can you buy heart whatever products are there in manufacturing products? And as I'm showing the table to you, there are two students continuously they are asking examples of manufactured products. My dear, can't you see the table? Let me know. Can't you see what is there in the table? Right? Can't you see the examples of manufactured products? It is there right in front of you. Right? Nothing new. It is there right in front of you. Right? Examples of primary articles, examples of fuel, etc. So again, my recommendation to you people, do not waste your time here. Glance once, go forward. But what would be my recommendation is, do not make a mistake of leaving this table. UPC can ask you a question on this. Suddenly, two tables are there. I'll tell you what to remember. By heart this complete table. By heart this complete table. So manufactured items have highest number of goods and the highest weightage. I'll come to the concept of weightage also. Give me a minute. Fuel and power have the lowest number of items, goods, and the lowest weightage. Primary articles, right, consist of around 117 articles and has the middle weightage. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by weightage? What is the importance of weightage? Let me ask you a very simple question. The prices of milk will go up, right? Point number one. The prices of milk will go up, and the prices of, right, let's say another product such as clothes will go up. Understand my statement? Price of the milk goes up in the market. Prices of the clothing also will go up in the market. My question to you people, think carefully and answer. Which of the two products do you think will have a higher impact on common man? Simple question, by the way. Which of the two products do you think will have a higher impact on the common man? Right? Some of you are saying both. My dear, not both. It is milk. Not both. Some of you are very, very right diplomatic right now. Not both. It will be milk. Why? Is it okay if I say on cloth, a common man can spend money once in 3 months, once in 6 months, and some people once in 2 years? But on the other side, please tell me, can I say milk is a essential product for all of us? Don't we spend money on milk on day-to-day basis? Every day we'll keep on spending money on milk. Yes or no? Does it make sense to you? And that is the reason, right? Some of you are saying no here. I don't know how you purchase milk. Please do let me know. Those people, right? Those people who are saying no, how often do you purchase milk, my dear? Once a week? Once a month? Or once in a year? Right? Of course, yes. Right? The argument is it's an essential day-to-day product. You'll have to spend money every day. Otherwise, even now, if you don't understand, tell me why milk prices become a very important political debate during elections. Let me know. Why onion prices, in fact, many of the election cycles, onion prices have led to downfall of an existing government. I can tell you an example, by the way, but that is political. Don't write all of that examples in exam. Right? For example, Delhi government. Earlier, there was a chief minister by the name of Sheila Dikshit. One of the reason was right, onion prices. So I hope you understand these are day-to-day consumption items. Day-to-day consumption items. And because these are day-to-day consumption items, even a small variation in the milk prices will have a higher impact on consumption pattern of a household. Now, simple question to you people, when you're tracking the prices of these commodities, should you provide equal weightage or equal importance to both of them? Don't you think it makes more sense to provide more weightage for milk compared to clothes? That is the concept of weightage. That is the idea of weightage, right? And weightages are decided by the committees. You don't decide them, right? Let's say you become IS officer, you're a very good economist, right? You're a bureaucrat now. Maybe in the future you might become a part of this committee. Don't worry, right? The government set up committee will decide what should be the weightage for what commodity, right? Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Now come to the committee recommendation. By heart the committee recommendations, right? Please by heart committee recommendations, right? The committee recommends that you should consider both goods as well as services. In case of right, the commodities right now there are 697 goods. Right now we should expand it to 1196. Remove some of them, add more of them. You'll have totally 1196 items. The base year should also be changed. Existing base year for WPI is 11 and 12. Make it 17 and 18. It has also recommended, right, inclusion of certain commodities. For example, right, it has recommended inclusion of medicinal plants. It has recommended inclusion of right, mushrooms, brown rice, sanitizers, green tea, etc. And this side, right, what is the recommended change in the weightage? I repeat, what is the recommended change in the weightage that has been provided along with what is the existing weightage? For example, if you look at the table carefully, right now primary articles has around 22% weightage. This recommends to change the weightage to 24%. Fuel and power has a 13%. It recommends reduce it to 11%. Manufactured articles has a 64%. It recommends reduce it to 63. And there is also a concept of a food index. What do you mean by food index? Please understand this carefully. The food index measures what is the change in the prices of food articles in the market. In the WPI, I repeat, in a WPI, right, basically there are certain food commodities. Food commodities, have a look at this, are present in the manufactured products. These are present in the primary articles as well. That is, it is there in the first group as well as the third group. So some of these items would be taken, and right, basically we will be having one more index only for tracking these articles, which is called as food index. Done? Right, so these are right, certain recommendations regarding WPI, wholesale price index. Should we remember this table? My recommendation, remember it. Suddenly it can be asked, right? Remember it. Under what factors base years is decided? Did I not say please keep your questions about base year for some time? Simple. Did I not argue this earlier? We'll discuss base year separately. Please hold on to the question. Food index, again I'll repeat it. There are certain articles, products, which are there in two groups of articles, right? One is primary articles. Some of the food products are there here, and some of the food products are there in manufactured items group as well. Now, right, simply track what is the change in the prices of only these food articles taken from these two groups. That is called as food index. Okay. Any other question? Cartelization earlier regulated by MRTP Act, now by CCI. Why? MRTP regulated only monopolies. I believe you already know the answer. Look at the name itself. MRTP focused on monopoly. What if there's a cartelization? MRTP becomes ineffective, right? Because it focuses on monopoly. That is the reason we have withdrawn MRTP and we have introduced a new concept called as Competition Commission of India, right, in 2002. Food index currently present in WPI, right? Right now we do not have it under WPI, we have it under CPI. Under CPI, we track food index. Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll take a break now. Any other questions you people have? Please do let me know. So during growth, will there be no supply or par with the demand so that inflation can be under control? Always remember this. Whenever you supply, right, whenever you increase supply, the supply may not be as elastic as the elasticity in income. Let me know. Whenever there is a right increased growth, income will keep on increasing. The elasticity in the income could be much higher. Elasticity means growth. The rise in the income could be much higher compared to elasticity in supply, right? What if the demand increases by much higher percentage compared to supply? Because please understand, right, think of this and tell me, does it cause inflation because of demand side factor? Right, imagine the supply is 100 units and demand is 100 units. Let's assume supply becomes 110, but the demand is 150 units. Now, don't you think despite increased supply, there'll be inflation in the market? Let me know. Think of it. The supply has increased, but what has happened to the demand? The percentage growth in the demand is much higher compared to the rise in the supply. Right? Because of this also, there could be inflation. What if supply will fall down to 90? Is there inflation? Of course, yes, there is an inflation because the demand is already much higher compared to supply. Right? That is the argument there. Can we say that factor cost increases leads to supply inflation? Yes, it can cause. If the factor cost in the form of, let's say, wages, in the form of profits will increase, automatically, right, the market prices will increase. Okay. And there is one more question. What is greedflation? Right, greedflation is a combination of two terms, greedy plus inflation. Simple. Greedflation means what? Greedy plus inflation. This is greedflation. What is the meaning of greedflation? Recently, there is an argument that private sector companies, multinational companies, during pandemic, they increase the prices because right, raw material cost increased. I'll give a very simple example. Let me know whether this is an argument for greedflation. Imagine you are purchasing raw material, or let's say rather than you, if I am purchasing raw material, I am purchasing steel to manufacture this bottle and sell it in the market. Let's say during pandemic, supply of steel went down, there was a disruption, hence the market prices of the steel increased. Now, right, can I say market price will also increase because of this from 100 rupees to 110? Let me know. Can I say market price will also increase because of this from 100 rupees to 110? So this happened because of a disruption in the supply of steel commodity. But now pandemic is over, right? Pandemic is over now. Supply of steel has become normal, right? I am able to purchase steel at pre-pandemic prices. That is at lower prices. But I will not increase my market. I'm sorry, I will not decrease my market prices. Think of it. Right now the pandemic is over, supply of steel has improved, prices have come down. I'm able to purchase a steel at a pre-pandemic means what was the price before the pandemic, at lower price levels, but I will not reduce my market price. What does it mean? Does it mean that my profit margins have increased or not? Let me know. Does it not mean that my profit margins have increased now? This is greedflation. This is basically greedflation, right? Greedy plus inflation, greedflation, right? That is basically the argument. Okay. Anything else? Right? What is stagflation? We'll discuss that later. Okay. But sir, then other MNCs will decrease their prices and become more competitive. That is the argument. That is a counter argument. Right? Those who are asking, I know you already read the newspapers. It was there in Hindu only. The counter argument is it is private sector. Private sector will become very competitive. If one company does not reduce the market price from 110 to let's say 105, other companies will do. Which means, right, this company will start losing out in the market. Okay, done. So let's take a break now. Let's take a break. We'll start the discussion again at 8:17. 8:17. We'll start the discussion again at 8:17. Take a 10 minutes break. Welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can we go forward? Sir, in book, galloping inflation is written as 10 up to 50%. From one point of reference to another point of reference, it will keep on changing. Right? Somebody will define it from, let's say, monthly basis, month to month basis. Somebody will define it on annual basis. Right? So again, don't worry. Okay, done. Let me go to the next concept now. CPI, Consumer Price Index. CPI, Consumer Price Index. Now, previously, please understand the term previously. Right? I hope you know what you mean by previously. Previously, there were three different types of inflation under CPI, measures of inflation under CPI. That is, one is called as IW, UNME, and AL. Now, before you start typing what is IW, UNME, and AL, please understand. IW stands for industrial workers. UNME stands for urban non-manual employees. And the third one, AL, is agriculture labor. Now, earlier we used to calculate CPI, used CPI in these measures only. But today, please understand the next point carefully. Today, we calculate IW. We calculate it. We calculate AL. Both we calculate. UNME we don't calculate. We have discontinued it. Post 2010, we do not calculate urban non-manual employees. But if you read in the newspaper, CPI inflation, understand my next statement carefully. If you read in the newspaper CPI, are we talking about the IW CPI? No. Are we talking about AL CPI? Again, answer is no. Why? Today, we have CPI rural, that is in villages. How much is inflation? CPI urban, that is in cities. How much is the inflation? But more importantly, imagine nothing is given. Just they will write CPI. I repeat, more importantly, imagine nothing is given. They will simply write a CPI. Then they're talking about CPI combined. CPI combined means overall India. Overall India, what is the inflation rate in the retail market? Is the point clear with all of you? Please do let me know. Is the point clear? I said earlier, we did not calculate this. We simply calculated IW, UNME as well as AL. UNME has been discontinued. We do not calculate it now. AL we calculate. What is the use of the AL? Have you heard of the scheme Manrega? Let me know. Have you heard of the scheme Manrega or MNREGS? Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Under Manrega, government will provide wages. If I'm a worker under Manrega, beneficiary under Manrega, I will be given certain wages for 100 days of work. Now, do you think, is it appropriate for the government to keep Manrega wages uniform without changing it any year? Think of it. Does it make sense for the government to keep the wages same? They will not keep on changing. They will keep the same wage, whatever the year it is. Don't you think from one year to next year, prices in the market will keep on changing? Hence, Manrega wages will have to be adjusted. Now, on what basis? On what basis Manrega wages are adjusted? Please remember the point. Government uses CPI AL. Right? Government uses a CPI AL. CPI agriculture labor number is used. Right? That will be used to adjust Manrega wages by the government. And for the calculation of CPIL, base year is 86, 87. How many commodities are there in the basket? Only 6. Only 60. All of them are goods. And this is published by Ministry of Labor. Ministry of Labor, that is specifically there is a Labor Bureau. Labor Bureau, that is a department under Ministry of Labor. So this is published by Ministry of Labor. Now come to the first one, industrial worker, IW. Industrial worker has a base year of 2016. We include goods and services. 463 commodities are there in the basket. services are included, and this is also published by Ministry of Labor. Now, many of you are asking, is this table important? Should we by heart it? My recommendation, please do. Please by heart this table. Don't waste your time. Do not try to understand anything in this table. Simply by heart it. Now, what is the use of industrial workers? What is the use of calculating industrial workers? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine you become IAS officer. Do you think your salary will be increased every year? Let me know. I'm talking about salary, by the way. Do you think your salary will be changed every year? Like private sector, in private, some of you are saying yes. You do not know the reality then. Those who are saying yes, please tell me, how will your salary keep on changing? Let me know, right? Because as far as I know, your salary will not change. Those who are saying yes, please tell me how your salary will keep changing every year. Salaries are fixed. Salaries are fixed. What allowances you will get? The basic pay will remain fixed. What allowances you will get? Allowances will keep on changing. That is, please understand, government government announces something called as dearness allowance. Government announces something called as a dearness allowance, in short DA. In short DA, dearness allowance is announced by the government. Now, why is government announcing dearness allowance? Reason is very simple. From one year to next year, the prices of goods and services in the market will change, but your basic pay will not change. Government officials, basic pay will not change. So inflation is there, but your pay is not changing. Will you be happy with that? In order to adjust for that inflation, government will provide you something by the name of dearness allowance. Dearness allowance is announced by the government. That is, changes in the dearness allowance is announced by the government in the month of January, in the month of July, two times in a year, and there is no compulsion. Generally, government announces changes in the dearness allowance in the month of January and in the month of July. And this dearness allowance, right? Dearness allowance basically is adjusted using CPI IW. CPI IW, that is Consumer Price Index, industrial workers. And this is paid based on your basic salary. Basic salary, whatever is your basic pay, on that dearness allowance is calculated and given to the government workers. Can I go forward now? Can I go forward? Why is dearness allowance not allowed in followed in private sector, my dear private sector? Right? You only tell me. Will you not receive appraisals every year? Think of it, no? Right? Rather than asking questions like this, please think of it. Right? Don't you think private sector every year, right? Annually appraisals are provided to you. Right? That is the reason. Done. So again, how it is calculated, how much percent? Waste of time. Don't worry about all of that. Come to the third one, urban non-manual employees, right? 84, 85, that is a base year. 180 commodities are there. Goods and services are included. This is published by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. MOSPI, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Done. So earlier we used to use these three. Now we are calculating IW, we are calculating AL. But in addition to this, we are also calculating CPI in villages, that is CPI rural, CPI urban in cities, and right, a CPI combined. Right, a CPI combined. Now, what is this idea of a CPI rural? 448 commodities are there in the basket. Remember this. 448 commodities are there in the basket. CPI urban, 460 commodities. Both goods and services are present in this 460. CPI combined, 299. Both goods and services are present right here also. In right combined, that is for overall India. Any problem with this? Base year for the calculation of CPI is 2012, and CPI is published, calculated and published by National Statistical Office, right? For every month, this is published by NSO. Can we go forward? Sir, if CPI combined is used today, then why do we calculate CPI, IW and AL? My dear, don't you think, right, we should have a parameter to find out what should be the adjustment in the wages for agriculture labor? Point number one, agriculture labor. Point number two, right? Then some of you will say we have CPI rural for this. But tell me, consumption patterns of rural, right? Overall rural, don't you think slightly will be different compared to what is the consumption pattern of agriculture labor? Let me know, right? Don't you think consumption patterns will keep on changing? And that is the precise reason we have different baskets. You cannot take one basket, use it uniformly for whole of India. You cannot use it. That's the reason different consumption groups, different baskets are used. Now, in fact, many of you are asking, right, how these 299, 448, 460 are divided? One more table for you people. Should you buy at this complete table? My recommendation, don't waste your time. Focus only on the last column. Focus only on the last column and focus only on three groups. Only on three groups, right? Because these are dominant factors. First one is food and beverages. First one is food and beverages, right? That is in food and beverages, 45.86% is accounted. Weightage is given. Second highest is a miscellaneous. Don't start typing what is miscellaneous, what is present in that. Give me a minute. 28.32%. And food and beverages, it accounts for 6.8% weightage. Now, what commodities are there in a miscellaneous? Right, a simple, right, a miscellaneous example, transportation, right, I've given here. Transportation, health, communication, education, etc. All these components are there in the miscellaneous. It has got the second highest weightage under CPI. So my recommendation is, right, if you want, buy at the whole table. But I don't think so UPSC is going to ask you the whole table because there is so many numbers. It becomes very complicated to remember all the numbers. Combined is important, right? Basically, right, 45.8% has been given to food and beverages, highest weightage under CPI. Second highest is a miscellaneous, 28.32%, and right, a fuel and light, right, because fuel is anyways important, weightage of 6.8%. Done? Any problem with this? How will they ask question from the table? Can they ask a question like this? Right? Arrange the following in a descending order of their weightage. Let me know. Right? And that's the reason I ask you people to look at previous question papers. Right? And this shows that you people are not doing any work. Simple. You're not even doing any work. Can they ask a question? Arrange the following in descending order of weightage. Arrange the following in ascending order of weightage. Or they will give you five groups and ask you which is the highest weighted, etc. etc. Right? All these are kind of questions which UPSC can ask you. Okay. Now, right, let me go to this idea. Divergence. Divergence means difference. Right? Divergence is basically difference. Now, why is there that CPI, right? If you look at the graph that I given here, please do not by heart the graph. Please do not by heart the graph, right? Please not waste your time. Right? If you want to look at the numbers, right, that is how CPI is moving, how WPI is moving. If you look at the data, you will realize that for certain time period, CPI will be increasing, WPI will be decreasing. For certain time period, CPI is very high, WPI is negative. Can you see WPI negative? Let me know. I'm talking about this point, this data point. Can I say this data point is a WPI being negative? For certain time period, both CPI and WPI will move in same direction. Right? Answer is, question is why? Why is that this kind of a behavior is observed? Why not both move always in the same direction? Why not both move always right in the same percentage, etc., etc.? Right? That is basically the argument of divergence. Divergence means why both behave differently. Why both of them behave differently. Right? These are the points. Please remember this. Point number one. Right? Can I simply say the weightages are different for the components in both WPI and CPI? Let me know. The weightages are different, right, for both WPI and CPI. Point number two, the basket is also different for both goods and, I'm sorry, for both the WP and CPI. Right? In case of WPI, we have 697 commodities. In case of CPI, we have 299 commodities. In case of CPI, goods and services both are covered. In case of WPI, only goods is covered. Third, base year is also different. Base year is also different. Right? For CPI, base year is 11 and 12. Sorry, for WPI, base year is 11 and 12. For CPI, base year is only 2012. And fourth one, there is one more term called as base effect. We'll discuss this in some time. Please give me some time. Fourth one is a base effect, right? What is this idea of a base effect? Follow this very carefully. Understand this point very carefully, right? If you're not listening, don't, right, keep on asking the same thing. Listen first. Now, what is this base effect? Now, imagine you are reading newspaper. Okay, imagine you are reading newspaper, and in the newspaper, the article says, for the month of June 2023, for the month of June 2023, inflation rate is 6%. Whether WPI, CPI, don't worry. Inflation rate is 6%. Now you think of it. Think logically and tell me, this June 2023, if they are saying inflation rate is 6%, what are they comparing against? If they're saying the inflation rate is 6%, right, how it is 6%? What are they comparing this, right, against, and they are arriving at a decision, it is 6%. Can I say they are comparing this with June 2022? Don't say previous month. Wrong. Don't say previous month. It is wrong. Why? I'll tell you. Do you think it makes sense to compare, right, the inflation level, or let's say price levels of this month with previous month? Let me know. Does it make sense to you? That is, don't you think from one month to another month, there'll be differences in behavior of people in the market? Right? That is the reason. Now tell me, does it make sense for you to compare what was the price level for the basket of goods and services in June 22 with, right, the prices of basket of goods and services in June 2023? Let me know, does it make sense or it makes no sense to you? Right? Just like GDP. Do you remember GDP? Tell me, right, I'll ask you a very simple question. From, right, let's say from this quarter, right, this quarter, let's say quarter 1 financial year 23. When they say GDP growth rate for quarter 1 financial year 23, what are they comparing against and telling you GDP growth rate is 10%? Think of it. If the newspaper says quarter 1 financial year 23 GDP growth rate is 10%, against what? Where was, right, 100 crore, now it has become 110. What is that 100 crore? Which year? They will compare that with quarter 1 financial year 22. Yes or no? Anybody has a problem with this? Right? Why should they compare for the same period? What is the logic behind it? Let me give a very simple example. Right? And this is a very, very common question. You already, I believe, you have answered to this question. Please tell me, please tell me, can I simply say in the quarter 3 of any financial year, demand for goods and services will be higher in the economy? Let me know. In the quarter 3 of a financial year, any financial year for that matter, the demand for goods and services, will it be higher higher in the economy or not? Think logically. Sir, why it will be higher? My dear, look at what months will fall in the third quarter. Those who are saying no, look at what will fall in the third quarter. October, November, and December. Right? Don't you think October, November, December is, right, synonymous in India with festivals? Lot of festivals, year end. Think of it. Right? Lot of festivals will come in the third quarter, as well as year end. New Year celebration will also come in the third quarter. Now, do you think it makes a better sense to compare quarter 3 with quarter 2 GDP number. Or it makes more sense to compare quarter 3 of this year with quarter 3 of previous financial year. I hope you understood now. I hope you have understood now why generally whatever you are talking about, let's say you are talking about July inflation of this year, what you do is you take July of last year, what was the prices of basket of goods and services in July 2022, what is it in July 2023. If you talk about August inflation, August for 2023, you take August for last year, what was the price, and August this year, what is the price, right? This is the comparison that they do. Now let me ask you a very simple question. What if in July last year, there was a huge scale floods in the economy? Simple question to all of you. What if July last year there was a huge scale rainfall in India? Agriculture sector was basically destroyed. Production was very, very low. Right? Production was very, very low. As a result of this, please do let me know. Don't you think inflation in last year's, let's say June or July, whatever it is, right? Inflation in last year July, that is market prices of goods and services, would be very high. Does it make sense to you? Market prices for basket of goods and services would be very, very high. Right? Maybe tomato prices will become 500 rupees per kg. Right? Maybe onion prices will become 200 rupees per kg, etc., etc. So basket of goods and services prices would become very, very high. Now, compared to that, let's say July 2023. What if in July 2023 there was normal monsoon? Not more nor less. Normal monsoon. Right? Agriculture production, normal. Nothing unusual. Normal. Now, please tell me, don't you think the market prices of goods and services in July 23 would be, right, just basic prices? Basic in the sense, whatever normal prices are there generally in the market. Right? Now make a comparison. What if because of this, right, the floods that happened in July, for basket of goods and services, prices became 500 rupees. Now, July 2023, nothing has happened. Everything is normal in the economy. Agriculture sector, normal production. Right? Prices of the steel, normal. Prices of pulses, normal. And as a result of this, what if the basket of goods and services will cost you the normal amount, 200 rupees? Now make a comparison. Because of this base, understand, base means what? I'm comparing. Because of this uneven base or abnormal base, can I say this? Because of this uneven base or abnormal base, don't you think July 23 data would be affected? Let me know. Right? I'm making a comparison. July 2023, what is the price level? I'm trying to compare that with July 2022. What is the price level? Now, because I'm taking this July 22 as a base to compare the prices, right? And this is abnormal, right? You will not always have unseasonal rainfall. You will not always have higher market prices for tomatoes, abnormal base. When I make a comparison, will it have an impact on inflation rate of July 2023? Of course, yes. This is called as base effect. This is called as a base effect. Right? Done. So the divergence between right both WP and CPI is because of difference in the weightages, difference in the basket, different base year, and also base effect. Okay, so these are certain important points. Please remember them. Please remember, this can be asked UPSC, right? This can be asked in UPSC prelims. Now, please understand, base effect is different, base year is different. Can I, right? Please observe, no? Right? Please make observation. Have I written base year separately as base effect separately? Have I written two different points or not? Base year is separate, base effect is separate. Both are different. How base year is used? Have patience. I will tell you that. Have patience. I don't understand why you people don't have patience. Right? If I don't teach base effect or base year, then you complain. I'm absolutely wrong there. But when I say have patience, we'll discuss why not wait. Have patience. Okay. So base effect will also have an impact on what is the prices, what is the inflation rate for different right groups or different commodities. Done. So this is the divergence. Let me go to next. How to compare 500 with Are Baba, right? Why do you keep on right complaining every time? My dear, I'm saying July 2023, what is inflation rate? Right? If I ask you what is inflation rate for July 2023, how will you say that? How will you say July 2023, 6% was the inflation rate? On what basis did you come to conclusion? Did you not compare that with last year's July and tell me 6%? So I'm saying, what if in July last year, the prices were very, very high for basket of goods and services? Then basically it will have an impact on what is the inflation rate for July 2023 because you are comparing. That's as simple as that. Okay. And again, those who are asking about base year, I'll not answer to you people. Now I'll not answer because it doesn't make any sense to keep on repeating the same thing to you people. Okay. Despite saying have patience, I'll tell about base year, but again they'll keep on asking base year only. Okay. Anyways, you keep on asking. I'll not keep on answering the same thing. Next important concept, flexible inflation targeting. Okay, flexible inflation targeting. Now, what is the concept of flexible inflation targeting? Let me start the discussion here. Let me start the discussion. Again, those are asking about base year, don't waste your time. I will not answer it. Why? You will have to wait. I cannot jump everything and start answering to your question. I will discuss base year after some time. Have patience. So, flexible inflation targeting. Now, what is the idea for flexible inflation targeting? Earlier, if you remember, don't you think there is a dilemma for RBI? There is always a dilemma for RBI. What is the dilemma? If RBI reduces interest rate, can it promote growth? Let me know. If RBI reduces interest rate, can it promote growth? Yes. But is there a danger of higher inflation rate in the market? Is there a danger that inflation rate will become higher? Yes. On the other side, if RBI increases interest rate, is there the policy where government can RBI can increase in interest rate and control inflation? Can it use this to control inflation? Yes. But on the other side, please understand, if RBI will increase interest rate, what will happen to the growth? What will happen to the growth? Don't you think it will limit growth for Indian economy? You could have achieved 8% growth rate. You will end up achieving 6%. So it will have a limitation effect on the growth. Now this is the dilemma for RBI. This is the dilemma. Should I focus on growth? Should I focus on inflation then? I hope you understand. The dilemma that RBI faces is, should I focus on the growth or should I focus on controlling inflation? Because now look at it and please tell me, can I say RBI finds it very difficult to achieve higher growth, lower inflation simultaneously? Let me know. Can I say RBI will find it very difficult to achieve both, that is, higher growth and lower inflation simultaneously? Right? That is the reason I said there is a dilemma for RBI. There is a dilemma. And to address this issue, what has been done now? Government of India and Reserve Bank of India have signed one agreement. This agreement is known as Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. MPFA, Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. And under the Monetary Policy Framework Agreement, next point I'm going now. Under the MPFA, Government of India, in consultation with RBI, will give inflation target which has to be met by RBI. I'll repeat the statement. Under MPFA, Government of India, in consultation with RBI, will decide an inflation target, and RBI has to ensure through its policies the inflation target is met. Now, what is the inflation target given by the government? 4% is the inflation target. And this inflation, it is nothing but CPI. Remember this. This inflation is nothing but CPI, Consumer Price Index inflation. Okay. So 4% is the target. Now, for how many years you will have to maintain 4%? This was implemented from 2016. I repeat, this was implemented from 2016. From 2016 to 2021, for 5 years, 4% target was given by the government. Now, again from 2021 to 2026, 5 more years. From 2021 to 2026, again the target of 4% has been given by the government. Again, the target of 4% has been given by the government. Point number 3. If you are the RBI governor, please tell me, is it possible to maintain inflation exactly at 4%? Think of it. If you are the RBI governor, is it possible for you to maintain inflation exactly at 4% all the time? It's not possible. It's never possible for you. Now, don't you think certain flexibility should be given in target of inflation? Does it make sense to you? Certain flexibility should be provided. That is the flexibility. 4% plus or minus 200 basis points is nothing but 2%. 4% plus or minus 2%, which means your target is 4%. You'll have to ensure inflation rate is 4%. But now you can allow the inflation rate to go up to 4% plus 2%, that is 6%. Highest rate of inflation that you're allowed to live up to is 6%. And the lowest inflation rate will be 4% minus 2%, that will be 2%. Now, is the logic okay? The target is 4%, but you always cannot ensure 4%. So there is a flexibility provided. And when flexibility is provided, right, basically, right, up to what level? What is the highest level that you're allowed to live inflation? 6%. What is the lowest level, right, where inflation can fall up to 2%? Right. So basically, it is 4% with the highest band of 6, lowest band of 4%. Okay, so this is the target that has been given by Government of India to RBI. Now, next important point. Now, if Government of India will give the target to inflation, target rate of inflation to RBI, don't you think it becomes one of the functions of RBI to maintain inflation rate at 4%? Let me know. If Government of India will give you a target 4%, don't you think that becomes your function now? Why this is important? Please understand this. Whenever a function has to be done by RBI, all the functions of RBI, whatever RBI does, the role of RBI governor, the role of RBI, the composition of RBI, the powers of RBI, everything comes from one of the act called as RBI Act of 1934. Right, the role, responsibility, objective, powers, functions, composition for RBI, all of them come from RBI Act of 1934. Now let me ask you a simple question. I am the government. I will ask you, this is one more function. You will have to control inflation at 4% now. Now please tell me, can RBI do this function without amending RBI Act? Let me know. Can RBI do this function without amending RBI Act? Or some of us saying yes. I don't know what you people keep on listening to or what you keep on right looking at. Right? Listen to the lecture carefully. No, I'm saying whatever is the role of RBI, function of RBI, everything is derived from RBI Act. Now, how can you take up one more function without amending RBI Act? You tell me. What are you thinking? You tell me first. Let me see then. Right. So that is the reason Government of India amended RBI Act of 1934 and introduced the function of controlling inflation for Reserve Bank of India. Done. Right. You please observe. You please right listen to the lecture very carefully. No, you people don't listen. That becomes a problem. Right. So these are certain very important points regarding the concept of the inflation targeting. Now look at the heading: flexible inflation targeting. Flexible inflation targeting. Right. Does it make sense to you why they're calling this as a flexible inflation targeting? Now there is one more point here. What is one more point? The government of India wants RBI to maintain it at 4%. Maximum is 6%, lower is 2%. Now the question is, what if it crosses 6%? What if it falls below 2%? Is there any provision regarding this? Have a look at this. If inflation goes above 6%, if inflation will go above 6% or falls below 2% for 3 consecutive quarters. I repeat, if inflation crosses more than 6% or falls below 2% for 3 consecutive quarters. What do you mean by 3 consecutive quarters? Can I say 9 months? Any problem? Can I say 9 months? Continuously for 9 months. So, if inflation goes above 6% for consecutively 3 quarters, continuous 3 quarters, and falls below 2% for continuous 3 quarters, then RBI has to give an explanation to Government of India. RBI has to give an explanation to Government of India. What explanation? RBI has to tell Government of India what were the reasons why inflation is happening. What measures are being used by RBI to control inflation, etc. Has it happened? Has it ever happened that for 3 consecutive quarters? That is very important. That is very, very important. For example, let me know. Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. For current financial year, let's say quarter 1 for next financial year. Tell me example 1. Example 1. Inflation rate, right? Quarter 2 is 7%. Quarter 3 is 2%. And quarter 4 is, let's say, 8%. Please tell me, is it satisfying the condition here? Let me know. Is it satisfying the condition here? What if I say quarter 1 was 9%? Now, some of you are saying yes. Right? I don't know what you're looking at. Some of you are saying yes. Great. Wonderful. You're focused too much in the classroom now. Some of you are saying yes. Is it satisfying this condition? If quarter 1 and quarter 2 is above 6%, quarter 3 is 2%. Is it satisfying the condition? Right? How? How? Very, very bad. I don't want to take the names of the students, but very, very bad. Okay. Now let me give you one more example. Quarter 3 is 8%. Sorry, quarter 3 is 8%. Quarter 4 is 9%. Quarter 1 is 7%. Please tell me, is it satisfying the condition now? Is it satisfying the condition? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Again, some of you are saying no. Very, very bad, Baba. I don't know what to do with those people. Very, very bad. Is it satisfying the condition? How difficult it is? How difficult it is? Statement is for 3 continuous quarters, inflation rate is more than 6% or less than 2%. Now, in the second example, for 3 continuous quarters, is the inflation rate not above 6%? Simple. Right? Some of you are not able to read what is more than 6 and what is less than 2. Then basically you'll have to go to your primary school now. Whether 8 is greater than 6 or not. Whether 9 is greater than 6 or not. You'll have to study that. Okay, very bad. Those who are answering wrong. So this is the condition. Has it happened in India? Has it happened in India? Right now, last year, please check the data. Last year, from the month of March and April, continuously, right? In fact, in the month of February also, continuously, right? The inflation rate has been above 6%. Last year, this has actually happened. Continuously for 3 quarters, it has been above 6% only. That is a fourth quarter, first quarter, and the second quarter. Continuously, right, for 3 consecutive quarters, it was more than 6%. Right now, next point, once every 6 months, RBI has to publish a report. RBI has to publish a report, right, providing information about movement of inflation. How inflation is going, right? How inflation is moving in the market, what is the cause of the inflation, what will happen in the coming days, etc. Right? A report has to be published by RBI. Okay, right? So these are certain important points regarding flexible inflation targeting. Any problem here? So what has been the experience? What has been the experience of the flexible inflation targeting? What is the third point? It was signed. My dear, how difficult is the third point? Many of you are saying, explain third point. The agreement was signed in 2015 and was implemented from 2016. I don't know, right? What is the difficulty in that? Agreement was signed in 2015 and was implemented from 2016. Okay. Now next one. What has been the performance of this? Right? Point number one. Inflation rate has remained within the range for majority period of the time. What is the range here? 4%, 6%, and 2%. Right? 6% is the highest, 2% is the lowest. So inflation for majority period of the time has remained within this range. Right? Point number one. In recent months, there has been a spike in the inflation rate. Again, understand this. This is what RBI says. In recent months, there has been a spike in the inflation rate. For example, last year, there was a spike. Even now, spike means rise. There was a rise in the inflation rate. But please understand the next point very carefully. The rise in the inflation in the recent times, it is because of certain external events or internal events which are beyond the control of RBI. I'll repeat the statement. Right, the recent spike in the inflation rate, it is because of certain external factors or internal factors which are beyond the control of RBI. Sir, what do you mean by that? Let me ask you a very simple question. If tomato prices will contribute to inflation, do you think RBI can control tomato prices? Think of it and please do let me know. If fuel prices will contribute to inflation, do you think RBI has any control over fuel prices? Answer is no. In simple terms, please look at the next statement. Can I say RBI's policies will be more effective whenever the inflation is caused because of demand side factors? Let me know. I'll repeat the statement again. RBI's policies, right, will be very effective whenever the inflation is caused because of demand side factors. If the demand is very high, RBI can control the demand by increasing interest rates in the market. Make it much more costlier. Make it much more costlier for you to borrow from the market. So money supply can control demand, can be controlled, right, to control inflation. But on the other side, what if it is happening because of supply side factors? What if Russia and Ukraine will go to war? Price of petrol will go up. What if floods will happen? Prices of onion will increase. Prices of tomato will increase. Prices of turmeric will increase. Does RBI have any role in supply side? RBI does not have a role there. RBI cannot control these factors on the supply side. RBI can control the factors on the demand side. Having said so, now do let me know, Don't you think despite government saying it is the role of RBI to control inflation, don't you think even government of India will play a very important role in controlling inflation? Let me know. Don't you think even government of India will play a very important role in controlling inflation? So please be very careful. These kind of statements have been asked by UPSC. Right? They have been asked. In fact, I'll show you tomorrow. Right? One of the statements says government has no role in controlling inflation. Many students will end up picking it correct because they have read the flexible inflation targeting, where government says RBI has to control inflation. Right? But don't you think supply side, government has more role to play. Government has more role to play. Okay. Now, apart from this, the average rate of inflation 5 years before 2016, right? Average rate of inflation 5 years before 2016 and 5 years from 2016. Many of you ask me, sir, why are you talking about 2016? Right? Basically, it is from 2016 when inflation targeting was implemented. So 5 years after 2016, after the targeting was implemented, and 5 years before 2016, before targeting was implemented. If you make a comparison, can you come to know whether the targeting has been successful or not? For example, look at the data. 5 years before the targeting was implemented, the average rate of inflation was 5.7%. And 5 years since the implementation of targeting, average rate is 3.47%. Which means, don't you think, because of inflation targeting policy, we have been able to reduce the rate of inflation. We have been able to successfully control the rate of inflation around 4%. That is another point. And finally, there is a transparency in the policy making now. How? Let me explain. Let me explain. Before the inflation targeting was implemented, the monetary policy, the monetary policy was decided by group of 5 people, and all the 5 people were from Reserve Bank of India. I'll repeat the statement. Before inflation targeting was implemented in India, the monetary policy was decided by a committee of 5 people, and all the 5 people were from Reserve Bank of India. What has Government of India done? Government of India has amended RBI Act. Government of India has amended RBI Act. Now the new committee will consist of 6 people. The new committee will consist of 6 people. Out of these 6 people, 3 will be experts appointed by Government of India. Out of RBI, non-RBI members, 3 people are experts who are appointed by Government of India, and remaining 3 people will be from Reserve Bank of India. RBI, Reserve Bank of India. And whenever the monetary policy committee, right, is meeting, once right, the meeting is done, after a couple of days, RBI itself will give you a document. Right? The document is called as minutes of meeting. Have you heard of the term minutes of meeting? Very famous. Minutes of meeting, very common term. What do you mean by minutes of meeting? What was discussed? What was discussed in the committee? There is a document. What was discussed in the committee? What did RBI governor say? What did this expert committee say? What was the viewpoint of this person? All of these are documented. Can you get access to that document? RBI says, yes, take it. Can government get the access to that document? Yes, RBI will publish it. RBI itself will publish it. Now, can I say this has improved transparency in the decision making? Let me know. Can I say this has improved, right, transparency in the decision making process? Right? And please remember this committee now, which has 6 people, the chairperson, the head of the committee is RBI governor. RBI governor is the chairperson of this monetary policy committee now. Right? So these are certain important points regarding the concept of flexible inflation targeting. FIT. Very famous. Please be very careful. Okay, please be very careful. Now, next concept is right, headline and core inflation. Headline and core inflation. Right, headline and core inflation. Now, what is the meaning of headline and core inflation? Let me ask you a very simple question. In CPI, how many articles are there? Tell me now. In CPI, how many articles are there? 299? 299 articles. Now, don't you think out of these 299 articles, there will be certain articles whose prices are unstable? Let me know. Whose prices are very much unstable? I can use the term unstable, or I can use the term prices are volatile. Sir, what do you mean by unstable prices here? Please tell me. Prices of fuel. Price of fuel. Is it stable or unstable? Will the prices keep on fluctuating, or right, have very minor changes? Don't you think prices of fuel are unstable, very much volatile? What about food products? What about agriculture commodities? For example, tomato. Right, let me know. For example, tomato, best example. Tomato, onion, potato, pulses, green leafy vegetables. Right, do you think the prices are stable? No, prices are very unstable, very volatile. Now, what I'm trying to convey you people of, the message is very simple. Can I say, out of 299 articles, for some of the articles, prices are very much unstable, very much volatile. Right? For example, tomato in 1 month will be 5 rupees a kg. In another month will become 200 rupees per kg. Right? In some case, right, in some case, prices of onion will be 20 rupees per kg. And in another case, after 3 months, prices will become 80 rupees per kg. Now, next important question. When prices of very few of these goods will keep on fluctuating so much, can I also say, because of these unstable prices, overall inflation can also go up or go down? Let me know. Overall inflation can also go up, can also go down. They can drag the prices of the whole basket very high or to a very low level. What is the problem with this? What is the problem? Problem is, imagine petrol prices will go to 150 rupees, and right, onion prices right now will start increasing and reach 120 rupees. Tomato prices will remain same at 200 rupees. And as a result of these kind of commodities, imagine inflation is above 6%. Let's say it reaches 8%. Inflation reaches 8%, maybe next month. Hypothetical number, by the way. Now, if you are the RBI governor, you tell me, what will you do? Think of it. If inflation rate reaches to 8%, if you are RBI governor, what will you do? Will you not increase interest rates? Yes or no? Will you not increase interest rates? Yes, you will increase interest rates. But next point is important. Do you think the prices of these commodities will remain higher always? Let me know. Do you think the prices of these commodities will always remain higher? No. In the month of August, imagine they are very high. Let's say in the month of September, supply increases, automatically prices will fall down. What if the tomato prices will become 10 rupees per kg in the month of November or October, or for that matter September? What if onion prices will become 10 rupees per kg in the month of September? Don't you think supply might increase suddenly in the market? Now, as a result of this, what if inflation will fall down to, let's say, 5.6%? What if inflation because of that will fall down to 5.6%? Now, do you think RBI suddenly changing interest rate? In 1 month, they have increased interest rates. and suddenly after that, in one more month, they will decrease, or let's say after 2 months, they will decrease interest rates. Do you think this is a stable policy followed by RBI? Think of it. Do you think this one, that is right now you will increase interest rate, and after 2 months you will decrease interest rate? Do you think that is a stable policy followed by RBI? No, this is not a stable policy. And you need stable policies in the economy, especially from an authority such as RBI. You require the policies to be stable. Why, sir? Many of you ask me, why, sir? Why you want RBI policies to be stable? In one month, interest rate will go up, people will reduce consumption. In another month, interest rate will go down, people will suddenly start increasing consumption. Don't you think this kind of volatility does not benefit economy? Let me know. This kind of volatility in policy, this kind of uncertainty in the policy, right? Investors will never be happy. Consumers will never be happy. You and me should not be happy with all of this. That is the reason. But please understand, I'm going to introduce one more concept now. Please understand this. There's a term called as headline inflation. What do you mean by headline inflation? Whatever commodities are there in the basket, whatever commodities are there in the basket, you will take all the commodities to calculate inflation. Any problem, please do let me know. What is headline inflation? Whatever commodities are there in the basket, you will take all the commodities to calculate inflation. That is called as headline inflation. Now there is one more core inflation. There is one more core inflation. What do you mean by core inflation? Some time ago, we understood that within 299 articles, there are certain commodities, certain goods whose prices are unstable. Now, when you talk about core inflation, out of these basket of commodities, you will exclude, I repeat, you will exclude those articles whose prices are unstable. Is it okay? You will exclude those articles or those products whose prices are unstable. Can I say food articles prices are very much unstable? Fuel articles prices are very much unstable. So out of 299 articles, you remove food articles, you remove fuel articles, and calculate inflation for remaining articles. That is called as core inflation. Anybody has a problem, please do let me know right now. First one is headline. Headline means you include all the articles. Whatever articles are there in the basket, you calculate inflation for that. And core inflation means there are certain articles, goods, in simple terms, goods prices, right, which are unstable prices. You exclude means what? You remove them from the basket, and whatever goods are left out, for these goods you calculate inflation. That is basically core inflation. And in case of India, we generally exclude food and fuel articles and calculate for remaining, and that is called as core inflation. Now, don't you think core inflation is a better indicator compared to headline? Let me know. Right, I'm asking you the next question here. Don't you think core inflation is a better indicator compared to headline? Any problem with this? Why? In headline, right, the inflation rate could be 8%, but that is because of these products whose prices are very volatile. And in case of right, core inflation, we are going to remove all of them. That is the reason, right, core inflation is a better indicator compared to headline. Now the question is, right, in case of India, right, if you remember, RBI has been asked to maintain inflation rate at 4%. Which inflation? CPI. And within CPI, are you talking about headline or core? We are talking about headline. We are simply talking about headline inflation. Now, question is, sir, on one side you say core inflation is better compared to headline. But on the other side, you are only saying, right, despite being better, in India, we basically track headline CPI not core CPI to make policies. Why? What is the reason? Let me give you explanation here. First, I will tell you the points which have been given by RBI in favor of headline. And second, right, I will also give you the points why core is better than headline. RBI should use core. Let's start. Just some time ago, we have discussed whether the inflation targeting has been successful or not successful. Don't you think if you look at this data, right, this is what I'm talking about. If you look at this data, you will come to a conclusion, despite of using headline inflation, to a very greater extent, we have been able to control inflation around 4%, which is the target for RBI. Think of it. We used headline earlier, and today also we are using headline. But despite using headline, right, which we are saying it is not better compared to core, are we successful in controlling inflation around 4%? Answer is yes. So now the argument of RBI is simple. If the methodology is successful, using core, we are able to control inflation. Why should we shift? Correct? Why should we shift? Let's continue with headline inflation only. Second, the argument is prices of food and fuel, these are very volatile, and you exclude them to calculate core. But please tell me, don't you think food prices and fuel prices will affect common man? Let me know. Don't you think food prices and fuel prices will affect common man? That is you and me. But are they tracked? Are they included in the calculation of core inflation? Think of it. Are they included in the calculation of core inflation? No. Which means RBI is making a policy on a parameter which does not include food and fuel, which affects mostly the common man. Don't you think, right? Don't you think the policy will be erratic? Don't you think policy is not representative of what is affecting all of us? That is the reason RBI says, let me continue to target headline inflation. I hope you understand. Let me continue to target headline inflation itself. So these are some of the arguments. These are some of the arguments which RBI has said in favor of headline. And even today, RBI takes headline inflation only, right, in inflation targeting. But having said so, there are also experts who say, no, don't use headline, use core. Don't use headline, use core inflation, right, to make policies. What are their arguments? Right, you already have discussed it. Let's put it in the form of statement. Headline inflation includes commodities whose prices are volatile, and core inflation core inflation excludes those prices, right, or those commodities whose prices are volatile. So looking at it, core inflation technically is a better, right, quality indicator compared to headline. So use core. Second argument, if core inflation is stable, right, and headline inflation keeps on right moving up and down like this, RBI should not be worried, should not keep on changing the policy rates. If core rate is same, core rate is not changing by much, core inflation remains stable, headline will keep on changing, right? But core does not consist of products whose price are volatile. So RBI, if they target core, they don't have to keep on changing the policy rates very often. That kind of uncertainty will not be present if you have core inflation as a target rate. Right? Policies will be much more stable by RBI. These are the arguments given in favor of core inflation. Done? But please understand, even after this, RBI says we will have, right, headline inflation as a target. We will have headline inflation as a target itself. We will not shift it to core inflation. Can we go to the next one here? Let me know. Some of you are asking, what is the definition of core? What is the definition of headline? Right, I've given it here. Please have a look at it. Right, please have a look at it. Core inflation, it is the inflation rate, right, where volatile commodities such as food and fuel are ignored. Ignored means excluded. excluded from the basket of commodities. Headline inflation means measures the total inflation in the economy, that is, all the goods and services which are there in the basket will be considered in the headline. Any problem here? Any problem? And again, many of you are asking, why does RBI use it? Did I not give arguments in favor of headline? Please tell me. Many of you are asking, sir, core is better than headline. Why is RBI not shifting? Did I just now say what are the arguments of RBI in favor of headline? That is the reason RBI says even then I'll stick with headline. Okay, done. Now certain more concepts, right? Certain more slides are there before this, right? Don't say I'm skipping it. We'll come back to this. Don't worry, right? Tomorrow I'll take it up. Let me take up smaller concepts because time is lesser. Smaller concepts. One is called as a deflation. Second one is called as a disinflation. Right? One is a deflation. Second one is a disinflation. Now, what do you mean by deflation? What is meaning of disinflation? Whenever you say deflation, negative, right, growth in the inflation rate. Negative rate of inflation is called as deflation. Sir, what do you mean by that? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine in July 2022, for basket of goods and services, prices was 360 rupees. Simple numbers. Don't calculate, nothing is required. Just understand the logic here. In July 2022, the basket of commodities, the price was 360. In July 23, the basket of goods and services, the prices is 300 rupees. Please answer to this question. Has the price level increased or decreased? And this is not at all difficult. You don't have to be an economist here. Have the price levels increased or decreased? The price levels have decreased. Can I say inflation rate is negative here? Let me know. Can I say inflation rate is negative? So whenever inflation rate is negative, we'll call this as deflation. We'll call this as a deflation. That is, price levels will not increase. Price levels will in fact fall down. Now come to the second point. Many students get confused between the first and second. Listen to the discussion carefully. There is a disinflation. What do you mean by disinflation? Inflation rate is actually slowing down. What is the meaning of it? Let me show you an example. Right? Imagine, right? I'll just throw numbers. Don't worry about month, etc. I'll just throw numbers. 100 rupees, 110 rupees, 115 rupees, 116 rupees. Please tell me. Look at the price levels and please tell me, point number one. Has the price level increased or decreased? From left to the right. From the left to the right, has the price level increased or decreased? Increased. Can I say this is inflation? Any problem here? Can I say this is inflation? Right? Point number two. What has been the inflation rate? From 100 to 110, inflation rate is 10%. From 110 to 115, I'll just round off the number. I'll simply round off the number. Right? Somewhere around 4%. And from 115 to 116, again, I'll simply round off the number 1%. Can I say inflation rate is slowing down? Let me know. Can I say inflation rate is actually slowing down? Inflation is there. Price levels are increasing, but the inflation rates are slowing down. This is called as a disinflation. This is called as a disinflation. Any difficulty between deflation and disinflation? Deflation, price levels will decrease. Straightforward, it will decrease. Whereas a disinflation, price levels will increase, but at a slower rate. That is disinflation. Right? Next concept, inflation tax. Next concept is inflation tax. What do you mean by inflation tax? Right? I'll give you a very simple example. Imagine you have a cash of 100 rupee. Imagine you have 100 rupee cash. Last year, using 100 rupee, you could have purchased, I'll take the same number that I took earlier, 2 kgs of tomato. This year you have 100 rupees, same cash. You will go to the market. Now you will be able to purchase, let's say, simple number, 1 kg of tomato. Now please tell me, is it okay if I say because of higher inflation rate? Because of higher inflation rate, what is the purchasing power of the cash would be reduced over a period of time? Let me know. Yes or no? Right? Correct or wrong? Because of a higher inflation rate, or because if there is any inflation rate in the economy, whatever cash you have, the purchasing power of cash will continuously become lower, will become eroded. Eroded means lower. Now this erosion, this lowering of purchasing power of the cash is called as inflation tax. It is referred to as inflation tax. It is the penalty as the customer holds cash during the times of inflation. Penalty means what? Purchasing power is being taken away from your cash. That is inflation tax. And the last point for today, base effect. Did we discuss the concept of base effect some time ago? What is the meaning of base effect? The impact of variation of price levels of the reference period on the present price levels. That is, if you remember, I said what was the price level for basket of goods and services in 2022 July. It will have an impact on what is the inflation rate for July 2023. This is called as base effect. Done? Right. So last concept is stagflation. I'll simply give you the statement. We'll discuss it tomorrow. What is in the stagflation? It is a situation where inflation and unemployment levels both are very high. I'll repeat the statement here. What is stagflation? It is a situation in the economy, right, wherein the unemployment rate as well as inflation, both of them are higher. This is called as stagflation. Now, why it will happen? Right? What are the causes? Is there any exception to this? Etc. Etc. We'll discuss it tomorrow. We'll start from this point tomorrow. And those people who keep on asking base year, let me show you, my dear, have I written the concept of base year or not? Right? Can you see this nominal and current, nominal, current, real, constant, etc.? All of this is related to concept of base year itself, which we'll discuss tomorrow. That's the reason I keep on telling you people, have patience. Always have patience. It's not that I'm going to run away. It's not that this is my last class. We'll meet again tomorrow. We'll discuss it. Right? I'll tell you what is base year, how it is selected, what is the impact of that. We'll discuss everything. Please do not worry. And if you remember, earlier there is a concept of GDP deflator. Yes or no? Earlier, there was a question on GDP deflator. I said we'll discuss GDP deflator later. Please have a look at it. It is there in a separate slide, which we'll take it up tomorrow. Right? So don't worry. I'm not going to jump anything. I'm not going to leave anything. Whatever is there, we'll discuss it. Done? Now, if you have any kind of questions, please do let me know. Otherwise, we'll stop the discussion. Those people who do not have any questions, right, you can leave. Again, if you want to stay, I don't have any problem. But many of you would, right, be going to college or office, right? If you ask me, are you going to discuss any more concept? Absolutely no. I'll simply address questions now. Okay. How the RBI controls volatile prices since they cannot change interest rates very quickly. I told you precisely this only. Right, precisely this only. It's very difficult for RBI, right? That is the reason, despite inflation rate being higher in recent times, RBI is not changing interest rate very quickly, because that creates uncertainty, policy uncertainty in the economy. Okay, we follow fixed base method. Then how data of previous year affects as we compare data that of again? Question on base year, I'll not address it. Inflation is boosted by demand. One of the biggest contributors to increase in demand comes from increase in government expenditure. How can RBI manage inflation if there are changes in fiscal market? If government will increase its expenditure, can RBI reduce overall supply in the money in the market? Think of it. If right, government of India will increase the expenditure, increasing the supply of money, can RBI reduce money supply in the market? Answer is yes. How so? We'll discuss. There are tools such as repo rate, CRR, SLR, etc., etc. We'll discuss it when I take up RBI. Don't worry. Sir, can greedflation be termed as a negative impact of capitalistic economy? Please explain. Answer writing. Okay, you can use that. Right, greedflation is because of higher profit motive of capitalism or capitalistic the participants, that is private sector. Okay, base effect is used as a reference here. Arey baba, how many times will I have to answer this? Base effect is a different, base year is different. Despite writing 2 points, base effect is different, base year is different. Why are you mixing both of them? And moreover, did I discuss base year with you? No, but even then, nicer. We will mix. We'll mix both of them and we'll keep on asking you. I don't understand your point. Can I fully rely on classes? I've never said that. Do not rely completely on classes. Keep on updating current affairs. You will have to read current affairs. Right? Don't miss out on that and don't blame me. Can governments in capitalist economy declare something as essential commodity? Can they control its prices? Right? They can do it. They can do it, but generally they don't do it because in capitalism, government has a very, very minimal, negligible role. Okay. Any other question? Base effect. I'll repeat it again. Whenever you talk about July inflation, July 2023, you will compare that with July 2022. Now, don't insert base year here. If you insert it, that's your problem, not my mistake, because I've not explained base year. So, again, I'll repeat it. July 2023, you will compare with July 22. In July 2022, if there is a huge difference in the prices, right, for any reason, if the market prices of the basket will fall down or will go up, you are comparing July prices of 23 with July 22. So automatically, because this is very large or very less, what is the inflation rate here will be affected. Okay. RBI can control demand side. How can government of India control supply side? Right? How difficult is that? Are you not reading current affairs? Why do you think RBI has a banned? I'm sorry, government of India has banned export of rice. Tell me, is it not supply side? Right, Arey Baba. Right? You should read newspapers more. What if it is 1%, 8%, 9% for 3 consecutive years? Not consecutive years, consecutive quarters. Consecutive quarters. Consecutive quarters matter, not consecutive years. Okay, done then. So, reasons in CPI WPI divergence. Is it different base here or different base effect? I've written both of them. My dear, please look at the slide very carefully also. I've written both of them. Both of them are the reasons. Base effect I've explained. Tomorrow I'll explain base year. Okay, so let me stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow we'll pick it up. We'll discuss certain basic concepts. Then go back. Certain slides I've missed. I'll cover them. Then I'll tell you about base year. Tomorrow we'll discuss all of this. And so take care. See you tomorrow again, sharp at 6 a.m.